The President, please be seated. The chamber is now in session. This morning we will continue to hear the testimony of the witness Lach Mien. Before I hand the floor to the co-prosecutors, the graphier, can you report on the attendance of the parties to the proceedings? The graphier, Mr. President, all the parties to the proceedings are present, and the witness Lach Mien is also present. The President. The chamber would like now to give the floor to the co-prosecutors to put questions to this witness. Do you have 30 minutes in total for questioning this witness? You take the floor. Co-prosecutor, thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Lach Mien. We have the following questions for you. Yesterday, you told the chamber about the plastic container and the ammunition box, which were used for the prisoners to relieve themselves. With the President's leave, I would like to show a picture 0018. The interpreter cannot catch up with the ER number of the document. The ER number is 00181445. The President, AV officer, can you show the document in the Khmer language with the EN 00181445 on the main screen?
L'équipe audiovisuelle de bien vouloir faire afficher à l'écran le document à la cote 00181445.
Co-prosecutor, this is a photo of an ammunition box and a plastic container, as you said yesterday, which were used for the prisoners to relieve themselves. Mr. Lach Mien, can you verify whether these similar objects were used during that time? Response. During that time, the ammunition box and the plastic containers similar to these were used. Thank you. Next question. I would like to show another document with EN 00181435. The President, the AV officer, can you show the document with the set EN number as requested by the co-prosecutor? Mr. Lach Mien, can you confirm what you told the chamber yesterday, whether this image really show the situation of the prisoners who were put in the common room? Response. This image reflects the real situation at the time. Thank you, Mr. Lachmian. My next question for you. With the President's leave, I would like to show a document with Lachmian's signature on it. However, that confession was not included in the case files. The co-prosecutor office only found that confession. However, the prisoners' names mentioned in that confession, which was signed by Mr. Lachmian, the names were included in the prisoners' list. And we would like to present these documents to the chamber and to the parties, as well as to Mr. Lachmian. We also would like to present the list of prisoners with those names, and this list was already part of the case file. The co-prosecutor. The next question that I would like to put to the witness is that the co-prosecutor's office actually found a document which showed that this witness actually interrogated 15 prisoners, and 4 confessions were done by this witness, were found. It is part of a document D159/5.39 and another document with the ER number 00296255, which is part of the D165/2 document, and these 2 confessions are in the case file. And the names of the prisoners who were interrogated by Lachmian was also part of the list of the prisoners' names, which is already part of the case file. The prisoner is Uriam, a member of the company, 28 years old, and on that confession, Lachmian signed on the 3rd of August 1978. The co-prosecutor would like to submit these documents into the case file. The co-prosecutor would prepare those confessions with the signature of Lachmian to make them ready for submission to the chamber to be included into the case file. The question for Lachmian is that, did you prepare those documents which are being shown to you, and can you confirm whether the signature there is your signature? The President. This document is a new document, and the parties have not yet examined the document, and the chamber also has not examined the document yet. So this document cannot be put for questioning before the chamber. The co-prosecutor, we would like to submit these 2 documents into the case file with the ER number as we mentioned in D159/5.39, and the other document is D159/5.2. These two documents are already part of the case file, and these two documents bear the signature of Lachman, the President. Can you clearly state it, which document you would like to put before this chamber for questioning? Because you have read several documents, and we are not sure which document you actually want to be put before this chamber. This is for the chamber to manage the proceedings and also to facilitate the parties to the proceeding. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to put the document with the ER number 00296255 with, or it is called D159/5.39. The President, AV officer, could you put that document on the screen?
Le Président, j'invite le responsable du visuel à afficher ce document à l'écran.
The President, Judge Lavenge, you may proceed.
Pas très bien.
Monsieur le juge Lavergne, je vous en prie.
Judge Lavergne, I don't understand what's going on. I've just heard the references of a document called D159 or some such thing. It does not appear to me that in case number 1 we have such references. Are these references for case file number 2? In that case, we should consider the matter first, that is, of whether this should be put before the court. It is premature, in my view, to place this document on the screen at this point in the discussions.
The co-prosecutor. Thank you, Judge Lavenge. In order to save time, I would just proceed with my next question. Mr. Lachman, in 2002, you provided an interview to a documentation center of Cambodia with the year end 00057065 in the 92/1. In that document, you mentioned that you interrogated a person. Can you recall the name of the person whom you interrogated? Lachman, regarding my interview with the Documentation Center of Cambodia, at that time I said I recall a name of the person whom I interrogated, but now I cannot recall the name of that person. The co-prosecutor, with the President's leave, I would like to have this document delivered to the witness so that he can see the name of the prisoner. The President, court officer, can you bring that document to me to examine it first? What is the source of that document? The co-prosecutor. The document which I just said, with the EIN 00057066 or the 92/1, it is largely an interview with DCCAM.
Il s'agit d'un entretien avec le Centre de documentation du Cambodge, donc entre le Centre de documentation du Cambodge et le témoin.
The President, do you have the EN numbers of this document in English and French languages so that the foreign judges and other parties can examine this document? Judge Lavenge, you may proceed.
Alors, si je ne me trompe
Judge Laverne, if I'm not mistaken, this is the document registered as D92/1, Annex 6. Khmer reference is 00057053200057058. In English, it is 00335276 to 00335296. I do not believe that there is a French version of this document.
The President, I notice the Council is on his feet. You may proceed.
Monsieur le Conseil de la Défense, oui, vous souhaitez intervenir?
Oui, merci, Monsieur le
Mr. Ho,
The President, I noticed the presence of the Council for Civil Party. You may proceed.
Maître Werner.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, just to assist that the portion my London friend was going to read was indeed in this portion, and the exact pages was at the end 7-6 and, sorry, 8-7 and 8-8. I thought that could assist. Thank you.
Deux pages finales, c'est ce dont il s'agissait.
87 and 88 of the document. បាទមានលេខ87និងលេខ88
ខ្ញុំគាត់ចង់សូមជម្រាបជូនអង្គ
The President, Mr. Francois Roux, you may proceed.
Mr. Ho, Mr. President,
il existe bien une traduction en
there is a French translation of this document, this DCCAM document, and it is 0033 7992 to 0033 8015.
toutefois,
However,
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames, Messieurs, il nous
Mr.
faut
President, Your Honors,
la Chambre note que
the
nous
Chamber
n'avons absolument
will note that
aucune indication
we have absolutely no indication
professionnelle
regarding the professional qualifications of the person who conducted this very long interview of 24 pages.
dans quelles conditions
We have no idea whatsoever in what circumstances this document was prepared.
savons
The only thing we know is that we know nothing at all about a judicial document,
que nous avons deux documents judiciaires
and we have two
concernant
judicial
l'interrogatoire
documents pertaining to the interviews of this witness. This witness was interviewed for the first time
par le bureau des co-procureurs
by the Office of the Co-Prosecutors.
à la cote D
The document produced was D2/6 or D2-6/4.
à nouveau.
He was interviewed again
Les enquêteurs des co-juges
by the investigators of the co-investigating judges, and this document is D22/13.
nous sommes devant un tribunal
I recall that we are before a court of law and that these are judicial proceedings. It seems more appropriate to me
judiciaire
for judicial documents to be used rather than the documentation provided by an NGO, especially as we know nothing about the qualification of the person who conducted the interview for this non-governmental organization. Mr. President, I would like the judicial documents to be referenced in this case.
Thank you, my learned friend. We shall proceed the way we wish to in our...
I think Council's microphone is off.
The President, you cannot be on your feet and speak. You need to get the permission from the President of the Chamber first. Are you asking to be allowed to speak, or you want to speak at your own time?
Mr. President, most respectfully, I thought this is our time to ask questions to this witness. And while using our time, we also wish to...
The President, are you asking for permission to speak or not?
Your Honor, of course, I shall speak with your permission, but our understanding was that this was the OCP's time to put questions to the witness.
The President, you may proceed, but please be reminded that you need to get permission first from the Chamber, because now we and other parties are discussing on the documents to be presented before the Chamber or not.
We are the officers of this court, Your Honors, and we shall speak only with your permission. May I proceed with my questions to this witness?
The President, we are now facing an issue because the co-prosecutor, the national co-prosecutor, has raised an issue in relation to the document to be put before the court. And now you are on your feet. Are you attempting to address the matter of the document and objection by the defense counsel in relation to the document your office would like to put before the court, and that it is objected by the defense counsel, or would you like to address straightforward to the witness? During such time, the Chamber is very mindful that we do not really consider that the time used during the debate is part of your time to put questions to the witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honors, I shall also attempt, subject to your leave, to respond to my learned friend's objection, and I shall thereafter proceed to ask questions to this witness.
The President, you take the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, and I apologize if there was some lack of clarity in my submissions before. My submission in response to my learned friend's objection, Your Honor, is that this document, irrespective of its provenance, is on the case file. The system we have adopted in this court is, once the documents are on the case file and once they are brought to your attention, it is deemed to have been read into evidence, and it is for your honors to, at the time you deliver your judgment, to give the weight necessary to be given to this document. Your honors have admitted documents which are not necessarily produced by the investigating judges in the past, and our submission is that to the extent weight is to be assigned, it is for your honors to judge after this witness responds to the questions that are put by the Office of the Prosecutor on that document. So the objection that only judicial documents can be placed before this court should not be sustained. That's our most respectful submission. Now, with that response, if Your Honours would wish to rule on that, or otherwise I can proceed with my questions.
The President, Judge Silver Cartwright, you take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Prosecutor, could you please set out clearly the list of the documents that you wish to put before the Chamber with all their relevant numbers, because it is getting confusing.
I sincerely apologize for any confusion that has been caused, but subject to your leave, I would wish to suggest that if Your Honours would permit us to put the question in respect of this document, my learned friend will ask that question, and thereafter I shall submit on the two documents that I wish to present.
Just as a point of clarification then, is the document that you wish to put the question concerning, is that the DC-CAM document?
The document that I shall, that is me, the international prosecutor, shall put before this court is not a DC-CAM document. It is on this case file, Your Honours.
And that is the document that you are focusing on and the only one that currently you wish to put before the Chamber?
Thank you, Your Honour. Indeed, that's the case. 2 pages of only one document.
So you're not currently asking the Chamber to asking to put before the Chamber the DC-CAM document?
My submission in respect to the DC-CAM document was that if Your Honours were to permit the use of that document, then my learned friend can conclude his question on that document. However, if Your Honours were not to permit the use of that document, then I shall proceed with my own documents.
One more question. There is both an ERN number and a D number on that document. Judge Levin fears that the D number is a DC CAM number, which will only confuse things further. So could we use the ERN numbers, please?
I'm obliged, Your Honor. We shall do so.
And the Chamber accepts that the document be put before the Chamber as a basis for the questioning of this witness, to whom it refers.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I shall then request my learned friend to conclude that question, and then in the limited time that I shall have, I shall ask my questions.
Co-prosecutor, thank you, Mr. President. Good morning once again, Mr. Laj Mien. I would like you to also confirm on the DC CAM document in which your interview was taken. In that document, I would like to present this document to the Chamber to be considered document D92/1. Mr. Laj Mien, do you still remember the detainees whom you interrogated during the time you worked at S21? This document with ERN number 00057053. The document I am now putting and asking the question to the witness is in page 00057066. The President, we note that Mr. Francois is on his feet. You take the floor.
Mr. Roux, please forgive me. This was just for the purposes of clarity. Does this therefore mean that the Chamber authorizes the usage of this DCCAM document? I don't know what I understood, but it's just for the purposes of clarification. Does the Chamber authorize the usage of this DCCAM document?
The President, Judge Levin, should take the floor.
Judge Levin, yes, Mr. Roux, the Chamber authorizes the use of this document. This document is already in the case file. Up until now, we have taken the decision where we decided not to use DCCAM documents because the witnesses were not present, so it was not possible to confront them with these statements. But today, the situation is different. We have a document that is in the case file, and we have the possibility of putting questions regarding the content of this document. So the Chamber feels that it is possible to put this document before the court.
The President, the co-prosecutor, you can proceed with your questions. You still have 25 minutes to put questions to the witness. Co-prosecutor, thank you, the President. Mr. Laj Mien, do you still remember the document I have just mentioned? Response. I don't remember it, and the signature here is not that of mine. Anyway, prosecutor, I'm not asking you about your signature. With the President's leave, May document with ERN 0057066 be put up on the screen, please. The President, the AV unit is now instructed to put this document with ERN number 0057066 up on the screen.
Look like Min.
Prosecutor, Mr. Lach Mien, can you read this document on this screen, and do you remember that it is part of your interview back then? Can you tell the chamber which detainees interviewed or interrogated by you back then? Response. There is a name of the person here in the interview that I gave to the DC cam. I don't think I remember having said such a thing in such interview. Prosecutor, may I also inform you that I would like to read from the portion of the confession. Do you still remember the person from Badambong, a former professor? And then you were asked about the name, and then you asked that person whether it was Pan Samon, and then you said yes, it was Pan Samon who was interrogated by you, and then you were asked also why Pan Samon was brought to be interrogated, and you said that he was accused of being a traitor, and that you don't remember other details. So do you still think you can remember this portion of the interview? Response. It was the interview, the statement that I made before the investigator of the DC camp, and I did say Pan Samon, but still I cannot recollect the details of the interview I gave to the people from DC camp. I'm sorry, I'm rather confused now. Co-prosecutor, do you still recognize that it is part of your statement that you made back then? Response. I stand by that statement. I did say so. Prosecutor, thank you. Now we would like to proceed to the next question. Yesterday you stated to Judge Yasakon that Deutsche made telephone call directly to you or advised or instructed you on the people who were already interrogated and how they would be interrogated further. And were there any specific instructions for you to interrogate the detainees? The President interrupts. We note that Mr. Francois Roux is on his feet.
Mr. Roux, yes, Mr. President, thank you. I apologize, my learned friend, for interrupting you. But before we speak about this DCCAM document, I heard the witness saying that he did not acknowledge his signature on this document. So before we leave this question behind, I would like us to check to see if the witness can recognize his signature on this document before we move on to the next question. So could you please, my learned friend, put the document on the screen again so that we can make sure that the witness recognizes his signature, because I heard that he doesn't. So is there a problem of translation here? I do not know, but we have to make things clear here.
The President, Judge Levin, you take the floor.
Judge Lavagne, I'm also interested to know how the witness was able to get this document.
The President, the counsel for the witness, you take the floor. The counsel, could I be allowed to meet with the witness briefly? The President allows. The President, the co-prosecutor, could you please proceed with further questions? And that your questions have been extracted from the portion of the interview of this witness with the DC cam. And the defense counsel just noted that they would like to clarify the authentication of this document, whether the signature on that piece of document really belongs to the witness, and that he did give this statement before the DC cam. So this part of the signature portion should be shown to make sure that the witness can prove it. Prosecutor, thank you, the chamber. I would like to draw the attention of the chamber that the majority of the documents prepared by DC cam, whether they conducted interviews with the guards, with the former Khmer Rouge soldiers, those documents were already typed in the form of transcript, and that there were no signatures of the person who gave such interviews. However, these documents had been tape recorded, audio recorded, and those documents have already been put into the case file from the very beginning. And in the same document that I refer to, it can be referred to with the ERN number in English 00335276 through 00335296. And I already mentioned the ERN number in Khmer, but what I am saying now is that I am only referring to just one page only, the page that Lach Mien indicated that he interviewed, he interrogated one detainee. The President, without any proper or any further clarification on the document to prove that it is authenticated, could you please put the rest of your questions? Mr. Lach Mien, I have no other questions now. I would like to share the floor with my colleague.
Thank you, Your Honors, for your patience. Mr. Lach Mien, I have a few questions to you. Do you know of a person called Son Sen?
Response. Yes, I do. I saw him coming to give lectures at the political training sessions at the location adjacent to S21 compound.
How often did you see him in S21 compound?
Response. He did not come to the location more often. Maybe after 2 to 3 months he would pay a visit to that location.
And what was the content of the political sessions that Son Sen used to give? What did he tell you all present there?
Response. At that time, I don't think I remember the detail of the content, but the main politics taught in that session was to smash the enemies.
Did he describe who those enemies were?
Response. The enemies were referred to anyone who betrayed the party.
You told the investigating judges that Son Sen came to S21 once every month or 2. So is that correct assessment of the times he visited?
Response. I don't think I remember quite clearly whether his visit was rather regular, because I was called when he came, so sometimes I could only see him after 12 months, and sometimes more regular than that.
How often this accused gave you training on interrogation techniques?
Response. The accused, alias Deutsch, did not directly or personally instructed us at the interrogation sessions, but he did instructed us during the political sessions about how interrogations should be conducted.
And how often those political sessions took place in which this accused told you about interrogation techniques?
Response. It was not quite regular anyway. Maybe every fortnight he would convene a political session.
And in that political session, all the interrogators were present?
Response. All interrogators were invited to attend the sessions, and there were also cadres from Preso too who were seen attending such sessions. I only saw their faces, but I did not know in which units they belonged to. There were people from defense sections and also from the interrogation sections.
And is it correct to say that this accused in those political sessions told you specifically about, and I'm quoting, weak points of the prisoners?
Response. He did not personally tell me about these weak points of the detainees, but I was told by the chief of the units.
And in those political sessions, the accused also told you how to handle, and I quote, unresponsive prisoners. Is that true?
Response, could you please repeat your question? I may not catch it yet.
The accused in those political sessions told you and others present how to handle unresponsive prisoners when you were dealing with them as interrogators.
Response. He did not instruct me on these, but as general, interrogators were instructed to make sure we obtain confessions from detainees.
Do you recall that on one occasion you made a telephone call to the accused in which you told him that one particular prisoner had implicated Von Weth?
Response. I still remember that confession. A prisoner implicated Von Weth, and I telephoned Dutch and reported to him.
Von Weth, of course, economics. And what did the accused tell you to do with that prisoner?
Response. At that time, he didn't provide any instruction. He advised me to skip that section and not to include it in the confession.
And then the accused told you, after clarifications, that you can go ahead and finish the interrogation of the witness.
Response. Yes. And later on, he telephoned to me again and instructed me to write to the prisoner to continue writing his confession, including the implication of one weight.
Did you see any Westerners in the S-21, people who were fair, maybe tall, and with brown hair?
Response. Regarding the Westerners, I saw them. I either saw 2 or 3 of them. The bodyguards of Chan or Ho brought them in for interrogation. I saw them being walked.
And do you know what happened to those Westerners after interrogation?
Response. Whatever happened to them next, I did not know because the affair was secretive.
You have told the investigating judges and also this court that you regularly heard prisoners scream and cry. Some prisoners attempted to commit suicide. And on one occasion, one prisoner grabbed the gun of a guard and killed himself. Do you remember that incident?
Response. Regarding that incident, I did not witness it personally, but I heard it. Actually, Dutch instructed us and taught us and raised that incident to us as an example so that all the guards had to be vigilant. And I think that incident took place in late 1977 after it was relocated from PJ to S21 location.
You told the court that there were male and also female prisoners in S21. Is that correct?
Response. That is correct.
Did you have an occasion to interrogate a female prisoner?
Response. I did not interrogate any female prisoner.
Did you know any interrogator in your group or other group who may have interrogated female prisoners?
Response. From what I saw, they were being walked by the bodyguards of either Chan or Ho, and those female prisoners would be interrogated.
Do you remember an interrogator called Tuch? And for English purposes, I'll just read the spelling for proper recording. Touch, which I understand in Khmer means small. Do you remember an interrogator called Tuch?
Response. There was an interrogator named Tuch. He committed suicide by jumping from the upper floor. He committed immoral offense with a female prisoner. However, while he jumped, he fell onto the electricity cable and he did not die.
Was that immoral offense rape?
Response. That is correct. He raped a female.
What happened to that female after she was raped?
Response. I did not know what happened to that female later on.
What happened once you had taken a confession from a prisoner? Whom did you send it to?
Response. For those confessions, I would send through the chain of command, that is to the group chief, Seng or Ka.
Do you remember that your confessions went to the accused, and sometimes they came back with his annotation on them for further instructions to interrogate?
Response. I cannot recall whether the accused made any annotation on the confession for me to conduct any further interrogation. It's likely that he made annotation, but I am not really clear on this point.
You told the court that you were a new interrogator, therefore you were given ordinary prisoners. But you also told the investigating judges that once you became good at interrogations, you started getting good, and these are your words, prisoners.
Response. Regarding the expertise in interrogation, I was not yet as skillful because I was quite new.
You told the Office of the Investigating Judges that if senior interrogators did not get a confession from a prisoner for 2 or 3 months, they would send them to you, and before you they would confess right away. Is that correct?
Response. I am not really clear on this point whether I was asked regarding the prisoners whose confessions were not extracted. I was only interrogating those prisoners who were sent to me.
Now, can I show you 2 documents, and Mr. President, I shall conclude my questioning with those 2 documents. Can I, with your leave, request the AV unit to project 000-39595 on the projector, please? Now, while this is being projected, I shall just describe this document. This document is a list about prisoners who went for interrogation. Mr. President, with your leave, can this be projected, please?
The President, the AV officer, can you project the document with the EN number 00039595 on the main screen?
Mr. Laikmian, can the document be shown on its right-hand side, please? The last column on the right-hand side. Mr. Laikmian, you are a literate person. Can you read this document and tell us whether you remember documents of this type being used in S21?
Laikmian. The name of the prisoners who were interrogated on the 30th of April 78, all knew the date of the arrest and the interrogator's names, and the position, the deputy chief of the office, 62B. The document is made. The arrest date is 7 April 78, and the interrogator's name was Sulat. Next, member of division of Sector 20 and ready to be photographed, arrested on the 17 April 78, interrogated by Campo. Next, chief of the security in Sector 23. The document is being recorded, arrested on the 15th of April 78 and interrogated by Prat Nan. Commander of Regiment 116. The document is being made, arrested on 26th of March 78, interrogated by Ruh Eun.
Can I just interrupt you there? Can I request you to recall if you know any of these prisoners, any of these interrogators mentioned in the right-hand side column?
Response. I know some of the names. I know Nan, my group chief, and Eun, he was the interrogator. Sulat, I was not really clear. I think he might be one of the interrogators there.
So do you think such kind of documents were used by you or your team of interrogators in S21?
Response. I am not really sure regarding this type of document, whether it was used at S21 or not. It's been so long already. I am not really clear.
Can I show you the next document in this ERN series, Your Honor? And the number is 000395996. And just for the convenience of other...
The President, AV officer, can you project the document on the screen? And you are reminded that this is the last questions by you because your time is running out.
Your Honor, it shall indeed be my last question. And just for the convenience of this court, I shall read the ERN number 00233-803 to 00233-817. Mr. Laikmian, can you read this document, and once again, can it be put towards the end on the right-hand side? Can you read the names of interrogators and recall if you knew any of them?
Response. The names of the interrogators, I can recall some of them. I think Hong was the interrogator. Eun, yes. There were two Euns, Su Eun and Kieu Eun. And Pra Eun, I am unclear on this name. And Hein, yes, Hein was my group chief. And Tet, yes, he was the interrogator there. And Pan Kon, it's likely that he was the interrogator there. And Vain Kuhn, I do not know this name. And Sikon, I am also unclear on the name Sikon.
Your Honors, I have finished my examination of this witness, but can I make a request, and which is the OCIJ statement of this witness and the statement that he gave before the office of the co-prosecutors be deemed to be read in evidence for Your Honours to be assisted at the time of writing the judgment in this matter. I beg your leave.
Je vous remercie.
The President. Next, I would like to give the floor to the civil party lawyers so that they have time to put questions to this witness. You take the floor. Trina. Your Honors, ladies and gentlemen, we all agreed that the counsel for Group 1 and 2 would question this witness, and we would take half of the time allocation for each group. Good morning, Mr. Lachmian. I am Trina and Alang Wagner. We are the counsel for the civil party in my group, and I have some questions for you. This is regarding the records of interview between yourself and the co-investigating judges dated 7 December 2006 with the year in Khmer 00145587 and in English 00146789. And it's D2.6/2. There is a phrase in that interview with the co-investigating judges that after the confessions were finished typing, they were sent to Dutch to check and find out the string of traitors. Did you make that statement to the co-investigating judges? Are you still standing by your statement? Response. Regarding these statements, I am not really sure. However, the confessions which were typed were sent to my group chief. His name was Pip alias Chap. Currently, he is alive. In Tajek village. Question. Because of your poor memory, I would like to make some recollection of what you said yesterday with Judge Lasakond. You were asked when regarding the confessions and the purpose of the interrogation. At that time, yesterday, you replied that the interrogation was to find the network of traitors. Is this what you said yesterday to the judge? And are you still standing by your statement? Response. Yes, I stand by the statement which I said yesterday. Counsel, in the document which I just said, you stated before the co-investigating judges with the co-prosecutors, says the counsel. In order to make you remember, I would like to read part of this statement. You said the prisoners were sent by trucks, and T and Lang took the prisoners off the trucks. After the confessions were finished typing, they were sent to Dutch in order to check and find out the string of traitors based on those confessions. Did you make that statement before the co-prosecutors? And are you still standing by this statement? Response. I acknowledge that it is my statement and I stand by it. Counsel. After you extracted the confessions, and if in the confessions the prisoners mentioned the string of networks by implicating person A or B, was that the process of that interrogation and the confession? Response. The prisoners who agreed to confess or to implicate other people, yes, there were such confessions. Counsel. Regarding the confessions with the implication of other people, and when the documents were sent to the upper echelons to check and find out the string of networks, did you know or can you remember whether the upper echelon actually tried to find those implicated people? Response. I did not know because that affair of the party was confidential. Counsel. Did you know if the upper echelon issue any order to the subordinates to go and arrest those people who were implicated in the confessions? Response. Regarding the assignment or any order to the subordinates to arrest those people, I did not know it. Question. Did you ever come across any people who were implicated in a confession and were arrested and brought to S21? Response. I did not see such people because this process was confidential and we, the interrogators, were not permitted to go around and see those people, whether they were implicated by previous confessions or not. We, the interrogators, we would sign our name and to get the prisoners whom were assigned to us to be interrogated. That is all. Question. Regarding a record of interview by the Office of the Co-Investigating Judges dated the 24 October 2007 with the EIN number in Khmer 00162775 and in English the EIN is 00162786 through 00162787. You made a statement before the co-investigating judges as follows. Were there any prisoners died in the prison? And you replied, they died because of dysentery. Can you confirm whether you made that statement? Response. Yes, I made that statement. When I was working as a guard, prisoners who were sick of diarrhea, dysentery, and some of them died, and I witnessed that. Counsel. Besides dysentery, did they die of any other diseases? Response. I did not know if any of them died of any other diseases. Question. Did you know the cause of dysentery that led to the death of those prisoners? Response. The cause of the dysentery was beyond my knowledge. I did not know the cause. I think it was infected from one prisoner to another. And I think because they relieved themselves in the same ammunition box. Counsel. Another statement. When you responded to Judge Lavenge regarding the tools, you also made a similar statement in your interview with the co-investigating judges in the document 00162777 in Khmer and in English 00162790. You were asked if there were any other instruments of torture, and you replied, they attach electric wires to their ears and cranks the alternator to shock them. Can you confirm if you made such statement? Because yesterday in responding to Judge Lavenge's question, I was not clear. Response. I confirm it's my statement. Yes, an alternator was used to generate electricity to shock the earlobes of the prisoners. Counsel, did you witness this personally? If so, could you say the pain suffered by the prisoner? How great was it? Response. The pain suffered by those prisoners was beyond my understanding. But I think it was painful for them. Also, it depends on the level of the electricity generated by the alternator. Counsel, question. In document 00162778 and in English 00162790, which is a document of the co-investigating judges, you were asked whether you studied typing, and during the interrogation, did you make your own writing? And you replied that the documents were made in 3 parts. First, if the prisoner could write, they wrote themselves. All those responses were taken and typed. Second, they were typed. And third, they were audio recorded. And the audio recordings were used at the end. It was about 1 month near the fall of Phnom Penh before the recorder was received. The audio recordings were to monitor both the interrogators and the persons given the responses. Can you confirm whether this is your statement?
Response. Yes, it is my statement. Question. Regarding the illiterate detainees, how were they treated and how were their confessions be recorded? Were they typed? Response. Regarding the detainees who could not read or write, first the interrogator would record each word after each interrogation. For example, after one question, then the first part of the confession would be recorded one piece at a time. Question in relation to recording the audio recording of the confession of the detainees to monitor the interrogators also, not just the detainees. Is that correct? Response: yes, it is correct, because normally the interrogators would be twice as much monitored than the detainees, because they would like to know how interrogation would be conducted, and that the interrogators would have to avoid leading the questions. Question: who initiated such system to tape record the confessions or the interrogation sessions? Response: I don't know, but I observed that my chief of the team would bring me the tape recorder for me to tape record the interrogation session. Question: when you first came to S21, was your biography taken, and to prove that you were a member of S21? Response: could you please repeat your question? Question: when you first came to S21, did you produce the biography, or was your name registered in any list at S21 to prove that you were a member of staff at S21? Response: my biography was recorded in the list of S21. Once a year, the biography should or could be reviewed or renewed. Question: in relation to the political sessions, were there any differences between the political sessions for the S21 guards and the political session which was about the overall party principles? Response: there were two sections for such political sessions. First, the guards and interrogators and the cadres from Presa would be called to attend such a political session in general. But there was another political session conducted separately. Question: who actually conducted the political sessions for interrogators? Response: the person who created such political sessions for interrogators was not known to me, and I know that Deutsch gave lectures at the political schools. Question: how often had you met Deutsch or the accused during the time you had worked at S21? Response: I met him since I was part of the interrogator team. I met him on a daily basis. Question: when you met him, were you terrified or were you satisfied for having been working with him? Response: at that time, I did not dare talk to him. I would try to run or escape from seeing him. Question: why were you afraid of him? Response: his face was he showed his strict impression in his face, so he was a very strict person. The last question, said Tisrina, regarding the traitors and the strings of traitors or enemies. My question is, when Angka accused any staff member of S21 and accused them as the enemies of the revolution, did you believe back then that they were really the enemies of the party? Response. I don't think I believe that they were enemies, although we were instructed to regard them as enemies. For example, like the chief of my team, because I had known him and I came to know his performance, and I did not believe that he was the traitor. I did not know back then whether he would be working in another secret service or so, but that's all I know. Tisrina, on behalf of the civil party, we would like to thank you so much for your time giving the testimony and responding to our questions. The President, it is now time to take the adjournment. So we will adjourn now and resume at 11. Correction, at 5 to 11. The greffier, all rise. The President, please be seated. The court is now in session. Now we would like to give the floor to the civil party lawyers group 2 who are going to put questions to the witness. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Lachmian. My name is Silke Stutzinski. I'm a lawyer for civil parties for the victims, and I would like to put some questions to you. My first question refers to your general observations during your time in Tuol Sleng. And the accused told the court that at least one prisoner stayed in Tuol Sleng around 19 months, 19 months. My question to you is, do you have any knowledge about how in Tuol Sleng it was dealt with prisoners if they stayed a long time to cut their hairs, or what happened to their barb if they stayed so long time? Are you aware that they had the occasion to have access to such measures, or could you observe them that they had long hair when you met them?
Response. Detainees had not have their hair cut And I don't remember seeing any barbers inside the compound. As a guard, I never noted any detainee have their hair cut. And so I have no idea in relation to this issue or question.
Did you then see prisoners with growing hair and long hair during their long stay in Tulslang in S21?
Response. I saw several detainees with long growing hair.
Thank you. I come to my next questions, and that is to your tasks at S21. I would like to clarify first what was your first task when you entered S21.
Response. The first task I was assigned at S21 was to guard the detainees in the room or in the cells.
I would like to refer to the statement that you gave to DCCAM and which was already discussed today. And I would like to read out part in this statement that is on page 11, and the ERN. Should I repeat the ERN because we had it this morning already? Should I repeat? This is the 00335276 through 00335296 in the English version, and they're at page 12. And in the Khmer version, it is 00057053 through 00057078. And now, Mr. Lahmian, what I want to read out here from this interview is the following. You have been asked, did you stop guarding when you were transferred to Tulslang prison? And your answer was yes. And then the next question was, you worked as a typist since then, and your answer is recorded as, I was a typist until 1979. And at that time, I was sent to learn how to do interrogations. If you recall, it is long ago, that is true, but if you recall the time, and could you confirm what you told DCCAM about your tasks in Tulslang in S21?
Response. Regarding this question, I actually provided my statements to the DCCAM.
Sorry, but maybe could you repeat? I haven't get the full translation of your answer. Can you? My question was: can you confirm what you told DCCAM, that you stopped guarding when you were transferred to Tulslang prison?
គេបញ្ជូនទៅធ្វើការនៅគុកទួលស្លែនោះលោកបានឈប់បំពេញកិច្ចការជាអ្នកយាមហើយមែនទេ Response I stopped working as a guard as I was assigned to learn how to type in order to type those confessions. And this is my statements that I provided to the DC camp.
And is this the truth?
Response, that is the truth.
Thank you. I move now to another issue, and which was already discussed by the prosecutors, and it concerns the interrogation of female prisoners. And I would move again to what you told DC Chem. This is in the English version on page 16. And the same ERN that I have just said. That is the ERN in the English version 00335291. And now, Mr. Lahmien, I would like to read out what you have been asked at the time by DC Chem. The question was, who interrogated female prisoners? And your answer is recorded as follows. We interrogated them as usual. Sometimes we were ordered to interrogate female prisoners and sometimes male prisoners. They did not restrict interrogators to only interrogate female prisoners. And my question now is, first, do you now recall that you told this to DC Chem? That is my first question.
Response. Regarding this question, I am not really sure whether I responded that way. I cannot recall it. So I cannot provide any accurate answer to this question.
Are you aware about any rules or, let's say, regulations that were set out in S21 about different treatment during the interrogations of females and males? Were there general rules on this?
Response. Regarding the rule or regulation for the treatment on male and female prisoners, the instructions we received were that we had to try our best to get the confessions from the prisoners, and that the confessions had to be true, and we were prohibited to torture the prisoners, and these were the instructions for the interrogation.
Thank you. I move now a little bit and want to come back to the rape that you have already talked about in S21. You have said you have only heard about this rape. Could you please give us details about this rape, if any?
Response. Regarding the rape, I didn't know in what year it happened. Tut, he was the interrogator, and he interrogated that female prisoner. During a meal time, the interrogators took the prisoners back into their cells, but Tut did not go to the dining hall as he was in the room raping that female prisoner. After other interrogators returned from their meal, the female prisoner told other prisoners that she was raped by Tut. Tut was scared after he heard that, and he ran to the top of the building and he jumped onto the ground, but he didn't die as he jumped and fell onto the electric wires, and he was arrested and detained at S21. This is my response.
Thank you. Did you witness the arrest of him?
Response. I did not see the arrest of Tut. We actually, all the staff at S21 tries to gather around in order to not let this person fled and in order to arrest him.
Have you been working at this time of this rape already as an interrogator?
Response. Yes, that woman was raped and then she reported to other interrogators. She was given some sort of tablets, but she did not die, and she was treated by the medical unit, and later on I didn't know what happened to her.
Thank you. Maybe there was a translation or whatever issue. I repeat my question, and it was, were you already at this time working as an interrogator in S21? When this happened, the rape?
Response. At that time, I was starting to learn how to type, and I did not work as an interrogator yet.
Do you have any knowledge about who ordered the arrest of Tut?
Response. It was the order of the group chief. At that time, I think it was either Non or Ka who was the group chief who ordered the arrest of the interrogator Tut. He instructed that Tut was a traitor because he raped a female prisoner, and he instructed us to gather around to arrest this Tut. I think Pip Alistruck was also the person who was with me while we received the instruction for the arrest of this person.
Do you know if the group chief reported this incident or got approval for the arrest from the chairman of S21?
Response. I did not know whether it was reported to the upper echelon or not. I did not know up to what level the order was issued.
I would like to move now to the interrogation that you yourself have done. Do you know the name of Srey Rem as Secretary of Sector 2 Northwest? Do you remember this person?
Response. I cannot recall the name of the prisoner. I forget all the names. It has been so many years already.
Mr. President, could the AV please put on the screen the following document with the ERN number 000-39714, and there, please, in this document, the page 19.
The President, the AV officer, can you project this document on the screen 00039714 on page 19 of the document?
Sorry, I could give for non-Khmer speaker the English ERN. It is the document 16.77, and on the ERN number, 00233835. Could the AV please be directed to scroll on page 19 of this document? Yes. Mr. Lachmian, this is a similar prisoner list and, or better to say, list of interrogations. And if you have a look at this document, which shows at the end a prisoner from the northwest zone, and there you find Srey Rem, and if you move to the right, you find as interrogator Lachmian. If you look at this document, could you remember that you have interrogated this person?
Response. I cannot recall whether I interrogated this person or not. I forget it. It is difficult for me to say whether I did interrogate this person or not. I cannot recall exactly the names of the prisoners whom I interrogated. So it is hard for me to say whether I interrogated this person or not. The President. The Council for Civil Party Group 2, your time has run out.
Mr. President, am I allowed to ask only the last question on this document and to scroll if... Oh, it disappeared again.
The President, you are allowed to ask one more question.
It was on this document, and I see now the AV already removed it because I wanted to show the witness the first page of this document and the title of this document, which must be on the first page, 00233. Oh, sorry, that was the English year. 00039,714. And could you read there, Mr. Lachmian, the title of this document?
Response. Yes, I can read it. The original name, alias, position, old, new, section, date of the arrest.
Can I interrupt? I mean, above the first word on the left hand, could you look at this above what you have read out?
Response. The first line reads, hot group.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lachmian, for responding to my question. Thank you, Mr. President.
The President. Now I would like to give the floor to the Defense Counsel to put questions to this witness. Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Lachmian, you already told the chamber that before coming to Phnom Penh, you were a soldier at District 12 at Samaki Mienche District. Are you still standing by your statement? Response. My statement that I was a district soldier, I am still standing by this statement because at that time I was part of the district military at the Kampong Trolaj Le district. Thank you, says Kasabot. You also told the chamber that at Praetnaut prison in Takmau, prisoners were asked to water the vegetable and to make furniture. Are you still standing by your statement? Response. Yes, I still stand by my statement. When I arrived, it was at night time, around 7 p.m. when I was brought to Takmau. In the morning, I was assigned to catch the prisoners, and prisoners were asked to water the vegetable near the river at the Takmau. And I was standing guard those prisoners. That was the first time when I was assigned to work at that location. Thank you, says Kasabut. Yesterday, you heard that Dutch was in favor of the Kampong Trolaj Le district. Do you believe his statement? Response. Regarding the accused statement that he was proud of Kampong Trolaj Le people, I cannot draw any conclusion as whether the statement is true or not. Kasabut. Can you confirm how many messengers of Dutch who came from Kampong Trolaj Le and how many came from Kampong Chnang and 703 Division? Response. I did not know the messengers of Dutch. I only knew his name and recognized his face. I did not know even a single name of messenger of Dutch or where they came from. This is my response. Thank you, says Kasabut. When you were at PJ, the PJ or the PS, did it have any surrounding walls? Response. Yes, there were surrounding walls. It was the human's height wall, concrete walls. And they had the glass on top of the walls. Thank you. In PJ, how many buildings which were used to detain the prisoners? Response. I did not know how many buildings there were to detain the prisoners. I was assigned to guard one building, and I newly arrived from Takmau, and I did not know the situation of the prisoners there. I stood guard at the assigned building, and I did not know how many buildings there were at PJ. Question. If you did not know how many buildings there were, the building that you were assigned to guard, was it in similar shape and form or size to the buildings at Tulslai? Response. The building there was not as big as the buildings at Tulslai. It was like just a concrete house. It was like round in shape. Thank you, says Kasabut. Yesterday, you also told the chamber that you clearly knew Dam Pain prison. Can you describe in detail to the chamber the Dam Pain prison? Response. When I had a rest from my work, that is from guarding the prisoners, there was a placard and I was told that the writing there was Dam Pain. That's what I was told. Thank you, says Kasabut. At PJ, where did you have your meals? Response. At PJ,
Réponse à la PJ.
The economic section was outside the wall of PJ. I am not sure whether it was to the north or to the south of the compound.
Du complexe.
Outside the compound, there was a big road leading to Psa Thmei, and the dining hall was the other side of the street. I cannot recall exactly the location.
Et je ne peux me rappeler de l'endroit exact où cette cantine
Question.
se trouvait.
Can you confirm at PJ, as you said, Dutch was the chairman there, where was his house?
Il était le directeur de son domicile.
Response. I did not know the house of Dutch. Occasionally he came,
De temps en temps,
and I did not see him frequently. I actually saw him for one time, and people who worked there told me that Brother Dutch arrived, and he was the chief there, and I did not know where his house was. Jan used to visit that location frequently. Thank you, says Kasabut. When you worked at S21 in Phnom Penh, you were allowed to go and to watch a movie regarding Pol Pot's visits to Korea and China. Did you ever go to watch that movie?
de Pol Pot en Corée et en Chine.
Response.
Après avoir vu un tel film,
Regarding going to a movie, I went to watch a movie for one time. We were all put into a truck
et on nous a embarqués dans
to
un camion,
go to a theater, but I cannot recall exactly where it was.
une salle, je ne peux pas, une salle de projection, je ne peux pas me rappeler où.
So I went to watch a movie for one time. And I was also allowed to visit Sector 25 for one time. Thank you, says Kasabut. So, did you ever go to visit a theater where Chinese performers, circus were performed?
Dans une salle où un spectacle présentant des artistes chinois
Response.
se déroulait.
For the Chinese circus in Phnom Penh, at that time I was still a member of the guard unit. Some people were allowed to visit, but I did not go, as I was on my duty at the time.
Question. You still maintain that at Kok Tul Slang or Tul Slang prison there were 3 main tall buildings. Do you still stand by your statement? Response. I do stand by the statement that there were 3 sections of buildings. I mean the building situated on 3 corners. So that's what I stated. Question. Do you still maintain that the female detainees were detained in the middle building? Response. Most of the female detainees I saw, they were detained in that middle building because I was guarding in the office in the middle, which is at the near the front gate. Question: were they detained until the 2nd or 3rd of January 1979? Response. I did not state that the detainees had been detained until the 2nd or 3rd of January 1979. I had no idea until when the detainees would have been detained, because after the interrogations I never wandered around or close by the location. Question: you said that one detainee implicated one Wade. So who was that detainee? Response. I don't remember that detainee who implicated Won Wade because many years have passed, but the person who implicated Won Wade was in K1 or K2 office. Question. I would like you to also confirm for us regarding document D2.6/2 with ERN 001455. ERN number again, Seka Savot 00145587. In that document, you stated to the co-prosecutors that the confessions were sometimes taken by me to Dutch. But during this session, you stated that you never took any detainees' confessions personally, directly to Dutch. So I am afraid that your statements are contradictory. So which statement would you want to stand by? The one before the co-prosecutors or the one you made in this chamber? Response. I never ever stated that I brought the confessions personally and directly to Dutch. I, after interrogation, would take the confessions to Nan or Kat, who later on presented them to Dutch. Question. So you reject now to the statement you gave to the prosecutors on the 17th of December 2006. Is that correct? Response. I now only telling the court based on the best of my recollection, and that I did not remember what I stated before the co-prosecutor, so I may not be able to accept what I said earlier. Question. You said you stood guard inside the compound before you started the interrogation, and you did not see Dutch beat or interrogate any detainees. Do you still stand by your statement? Response. Yes, I do, because I never saw him coming into the inside of the compound or interrogate torture any detainee. Kasabut, thank you. You said that you worked as a guard and also as the interrogator, and you never saw any Santibal regulations in any room you interrogated detainees or the room you guarded. Do you still maintain your statement? Response. Yes, I do. Because at that time, I never saw any instructions or regulations on any whiteboard or blackboard. So I had never seen such writing. Kasabot, thank you. You also indicated that there were no female medics at S21, and there were no child medics. Do you still stand by your statements? Response. I never saw any female medics who would be giving treatment to the detainees. I might be wrong because I did not know any other female medics who would be providing any treatment to the detainees. I only saw male medics. That's why I stand by my statement. Mr. Casper, thank you. You said since you had worked at S21, you had never received any direct orders from Deutsch. Is that correct? Response. Yes, it is, because I never received any direct orders or personal orders from him. When you trained to interrogate, you were trained to interrogate detainees, you were trained by CAC on how to conduct interrogation. Were you taught how to torture detainees during such training? Response. CAC did torture detainees right in front of me while I was learning to or observing how interrogations would be conducted before I could become the interrogator. And only the skillful interrogators would be allowed to torture detainees. So during the training on the job, I was not instructed to torture any detainees. Thank you. At S21, had you known anyone who is superior than or superior to Deutsch? Response. The person higher than Deutsch was not known to me. I only know of brothers, Brother Paul or Kiu, because I heard him referring to those brothers during the political sessions, but I never known them or met them in the compound. And who actually ordered Deutsch was not known to me. There was some of his subordinates that I know, Chan, Ho, or Pon. Question, do you know Son Sen clearly? Response, I met him, I saw him clearly actually when he came to attend the political sessions outside S21. He often came to that location, maybe a few times since I became the interrogator. The last question, said Mr. Kasawut, did you enjoy being a guard or interrogator at S21? Response, I think it is hard for me to say that I was satisfied with the work at that place because it was a kind of boring job and we had no freedom to move about freely, and we had to be very careful because any mistake we committed would result in the punishment. So we worked too hard and we lived with fear, and we thought that one day we would end up being killed. as the other detainees. However, it was the assignment assigned by the upper echelon, so we had to abide by these orders. Mr. Gaswood, thank you very much, but just another last point for clarification. You said you did not like or enjoy working at S21. If you did not enjoy or like working there, why didn't you find a way to escape? Response. There was no other option, no other ways. We had no opportunity to contact any outsiders, let alone finding any other possible means to escape. So instead, we had to commit ourselves to working hard to gain favor from our superiors. The question, so did you also learn that the other staff member at S21 experienced the same situation? Response. The other interrogators and people who worked with me, some could have been seen as enjoying their work, but some felt bored and they were homesick, but they did not dare ask for any permission to visit hometown, although they shared this kind of sentiment with our colleagues among ourselves, but they did not dare ask for permission. Others would object, saying that, why should we go home? We had to be working hard to serve the party. So I can see that some people loved the party, but some would not love such a party. Mr. Gaswood, thank you. So for those who did not love the party like you, did you attempt to run away? Response. It is correct. I wanted to escape, but we did not know where to escape to. Mr. Gaswood, thank you. I have no further questions now, and I would like, with the President Liu, share this floor with my colleague. The President, Mr. Francois Roux, you can proceed with your questions.
Merci,
Mr. Roux, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Meehan, I do not have many questions to put to you. You just said that your work at S21 was boring. Do you know how many people died at S21 during the time when you were working there?
Response. I don't know how many died. I only knew that my chiefs disappeared. For example, Po, Po, Nong, Ka, they all disappeared. And I can presume that they were dead.
Question, did you know that you could not come out of S21 alive?
Response. I, while working and living at S21, did not know when my day would come because I could not tell.
Question. I'm not speaking about the guards nor the interrogators. I'm speaking to you about the victims, about the people who were detained there. Did you know that these people would never come out of S21 alive?
Response. I cannot give you any kind of answer in relation to their fate because it was a kind of secrecy of the party, and when I worked as a guard, I saw incoming and outgoing detainees on trucks, but I did not know where they would be taken to when they were taken out.
Question. And you never asked yourself that question? Didn't you try to know what might have happened to these people?
Response. Asking myself, I think I asked myself this question, but how could I ask myself? Because after all, no one could answer me except me, myself, who would be able to give the no answer. So I did not dare ask any other chiefs of the unit because I was afraid that I would be implicated as the one who would like to know much of the party's affair, and that I only be mindful of my business and work.
Question. So therefore, I must conclude that during the entire duration when you were working at S21, you never were concerned or you never wondered what was happening to the prisoners. Is that what you are telling me? You were never worried about what was going to become of the prisoners. Is that what I must understand?
Response. I was wondering what would happen to them, of course, but it was just my wonder, and I never knew what happened to them. I told myself that those detainees would end up being killed after all, because the policy of the party was that everyone had to be determined and that every enemy had to be smashed. And the guards worked very hard, and sometimes, although they appear not to commit any kind of wrongdoing, they were still arrested. And then we did not believe that we would live or survive, because we too would be arrested later on.
Question. So therefore you knew very well that the party's policy was to smash the enemies, and therefore you knew very well that all of the people who were detained at S21 were going to be smashed.
Response. It is my conclusion only that these people would be ultimately smashed. However, I would like to maintain that it is not wise for me to say that after all everyone had to be executed.
Question. So this means that you never spoke with the other interrogators? Among yourselves, you never were discussing these issues?
Response. Communication with other interrogators was almost none, because we did not share our conversations in relation to the detainees and their fate. We did not talk about this among ourselves.
Question. Even in the evening after work, when you would all come together among interrogators, even then you never spoke with each other about all of this?
Response. We never discussed or had any conversation in relation to the matter of the detainees because we were afraid. We did not trust any one of us, so everyone had to be mindful of their business and make sure that they leave and not to talk about other people's business.
Question. Did you ever know another interrogator by the name of Prakkan? Or Prakkun? I apologize.
Response. There was probably an interrogator named Prakkan or Khan, but I believe there were interrogators whose names were Khan and Kon.
Question. Did you meet him?
Response. I perhaps met Khan on one occasion at the DC camp. But I never talked with him. I saw him walking because he has only one ear, and I was suspicious. It was a kind of my suspicion that he would have been Khan, and I noted that he was walking with foreigners at Chiang Ek. So I could tell that he could have been Khan, but we never exchanged any conversations.
Question. I was asking you if you had had any conversations with him when you were working at S21 among the interrogators, and in particular with Prakkon.
Response. No, I didn't work in the group, the same group as he did, and we did not communicate much, and I did not think I had any contacts with him back then.
Question: what did you do, in January 1979? Can you tell us about this? What were you doing when the Vietnamese arrived?
I did not know what happened to the other, but when the Vietnamese approached and I heard the sound of the guns, the artillery, after taking the detainees back to the cells, and before we had dinner, then I heard correction, after we had before we had our meal, I heard the guns, and then we were asked by Deutsch to grab the weapons from the stores, and then we had been asked to be prepared to guard the location, and we did not actually have our meal, and we walked until 3 p.m. and we were so afraid of the Vietnamese. And then there was a kitchen, and we were about to find some food at that kitchen, but the other people said we should proceed further to hide ourselves in a village because we were so afraid of the Vietnamese. At 7 p.m. we left Bang Tum Pun and swam across the river to the other side. I don't remember to which direction. After crossing that stream, then we reached a national road. I don't remember the name of that national road. Then we approached Kaik Pong near Odong, where we reorganized our groups at Trop Peang Pring.
Question: so you see that sometimes you can remember things. You were telling us that you were bringing detainees back to their cells. So were there still prisoners back then at S21 on the 7th of January 1979? There were still prisoners there?
Response: yes, I had just finished interrogating the detainees, but I don't remember whether there were a lot of detainees, because when the Vietnamese came, I was taking the detainee back to the cell and walking to the kitchen to have my meal. Then we were ordered to grab our weapons, and that, of course, I would say that yes, there were some detainees, but I don't know how many were they.
Question: who was the detainee that you had just interrogated?
Response: I cannot recall the name of the prisoner whom I interrogated and returned him back to his cell. I have forgotten all the names.
Question: you told the court yesterday that you interrogated 4 people at most. Is that correct?
Response: my statement was correct because at that time I personally interrogated 4 prisoners. Although I am not 100% sure, but I would say I only interrogated 4 prisoners.
Question. And did you yourself use violence on these detainees? Did you torture them? Did you torture these detainees?
Response. I myself had no right to beat up or torture the prisoners. Basically, I did not dare beat them up, but I did threaten them, scolded them, but I did not physically beat them up. If the prisoner refused to respond for 4 or 5 days, then I would telephone Ho. And sometimes Ho, who came around every day to check up on the interrogators, and if the prisoner did not respond, then I would seek his instructions. Because usually he came to the interrogation rooms on a daily basis, and he would provide instructions on what to do if the prisoner refused to respond. But I myself did not torture any prisoner.
Mr. Hu, with your leave, Mr. President, one last question. Witness, today, do you regret working at S21? Do you regret working at S21?
Response. Working at S21, yes, I regretted that I worked there. I also regretted that I worked as a guard at S21. The work was horrendous, exhaustive. We walked on patrol for long hours. Sometimes I walked into a wall. I felt disappointed at the work that I did at S21, and it is my regret that I worked there in long hours, that I lost all my contacts with friends and families. I did not know where my family members were sent. And it is my regret again that I worked at S21.
Mr. Ho, thank you, witness. Thank you, Mr. President.
The President, the Chamber would like now to provide the opportunity to the accused to make his additional observation regarding the testimony of this witness, if you have. However, you are reminded not to put any pressure on this witness regarding the crimes committed at S21. This witness is summoned by the chamber in a proper procedure in order to seek out the truth. Therefore, he is a witness with an obligation as a citizen to provide a testimony based on the summons issued by the chamber. And you, the accused, you can make your own observation based on your own understanding and try to avoid all the points that I just raised. You may proceed. The accused. Mr. President, yesterday I made a commitment to Judge Lavange that I would research on the document in my detention room, that is the list of the interrogated prisoners, and I would like now to provide my research. The documents given to me by the co-investigating judges in the case file 001, there are 23 pages with the following ER numbers. First, the first batch has 20 pages with ER number from 00, 00, 69, 57, 2, 00, 00, 69, 76. Another batch of document only has 2 pages, 00, 04, 0092, and 00, 04, 0093. Lastly, only 1 page, document 00, 04, 02, 20. Amongst the 23-page document which I researched, I could not find the name Ka, who was alleged to be the interrogator there. However, I found the name Laj Mien on 3 pages of the following documents. Mien on page 00, 04, 0092 at number 9. Laj Mien completed an integration of a female prisoner, Kim, a deputy chairperson of Office 17. 2. Laj Mien interrogated a person at number 3, the old peasant from Bang Kondai Cooperative. This victim was on number 3 at page 00006967. Third, Laj Mien interrogated a person, Jut, the chief of the propaganda office. It's on page 00006971. The ERN number of the page is repetitive, that is 00006971 and 00006977. These ERN numbers refer to the same document, and I found the prisoners whom were interrogated by Laj Mien. So in summary, yes, there was an interrogation cadre of S21 with the name Laj Mien. As a result of my research on this 23-page document. So what is the truth? I would like to give the opportunity and the time for the chamber to make its own judgment. And I fully believed the judgment of the chamber in seeking out the truth regarding this testimony. And this is my response, Mr. President. The President, the hearing of the testimony of the witness Lai Mien has come to an end. It is also time for our adjournment for lunch. Mr. Lai Mien, the Chamber would like to extend our thanks to you in response to the summons made by the Chamber, and we acknowledge the difficulty and challenges faced by you in responding to the various questions put by the Chamber and by the concerned parties. And also because it has happened, it has been for so many years that the facts happened, but despite all this, we have noticed your patience in responding to the questions put by us and by the parties to the proceedings. The hearing of your testimony has come to an end now. You can return to your residence. And court officer, in cooperation with WISU, can you provide necessary arrangement for the safe return of this witness to his residence? The chamber is now adjourned for lunch break, and it will resume at 1:30 p.m. Security guards take the accused back to the detention facility and bring him back before 1:30. The hearing is adjourned. Graffiti, all rise. The President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. For this afternoon's proceeding, the chamber will have statements to be read. Those are the testimonies of witnesses which have been made before the office of the co-investigating judges, and the chamber decides not to summon those witnesses in person. Regarding the reading of the records of interviews of witnesses, the chamber will assign the graphier to read those statements in the Khmer language, and for French and English, The Chamber has examined the existing translation, and the Chamber has found some discrepancies in those French and the English languages, and the Chamber would like to advise the parties to the proceedings to listen to the simultaneous interpretation into English and French while the statements are being read. And the transcript of the statement and the interpretation into English and French will be reflected in the transcript. The graphier Sakoboti can now read the records of interview of the witness Q. Che with the document number D28/2 ERN 0016 36 36 241. The graphier. Office of the Co-Investigating Judges. Criminal case file number 002/1408/2006. Investigation number 001/1807/2007. The year 2007, the month of November, the 28th day, at 8:30 a.m. at Kampong Chnang province. We, Sam Surya, investigator of the extraordinary chambers, being assigned by rogatory letter of the co-investigating judges, dated 21 November 2007, noting the law on the establishment of the extraordinary chambers, dated 27 October 2004, noting rules 24, 28, and 60 of the internal rules of the extraordinary chambers, have recorded the statement of Q. Ches, alias Po, a witness, who provided the following information regarding his personal identity. Q. Ches, alias name Po, born in 1963. This person declares that he could not read and write Khmer language, but he speaks and understands the Khmer language. Therefore, the original of this written record is written in the Khmer language. We advise this person that the taking of this statement is being audio or visually recorded. This person told us that he had no relationship with the charged persons and civil parties. This person took an oath in accordance with the provisions of Rule 24 of the internal rules of the extraordinary chambers. We notified this person of the right against self-incrimination in accordance with the provisions of Rule 28 of the internal rules of the extraordinary chambers. Question answer. Question. To begin, could you describe your background before 1975? Response. At that time, I was living with my parents, and after the death of my parents, we lived in poverty together with 3 brothers and 1 sister. Question. Was there any problem before the revolution movement entered the village? Response. The difficult problems were crawling and lying down to escape the bombs. Our brothers and sisters were separated. The war was spreading from one day to the next, and one had to choose the right time to go out to graze the cows. I went to stay in the pagoda. My second brother was a monk. The war continued to spread. My brother left the monkhood and stayed at our house after 1975. I was moved to live in a children's center. The villagers' houses were burning during the bombardment by the Americans. Later, they had me join other children in a group. It was the cooperative chief who had me join, and I had to join it with the others. I do not know when the cooperative organization started. I kept on hearing that he was the cooperative chief. A solidarity group was created after the liberation, and then the cooperative was established. The cooperative leaders were those who used to be leaders in the village. Question: why did the village chief in the colonial regime become the cooperative chief, and why was there was no change? Response: I still do not know that. I still do not know anything about their separation of power. I was about 15 years old at the time when I joined the children's group. The cooperative chief was named Jun Pon, and the head of the children's group was named Thượng. Question: how many days after the 17th April, the Liberation Day, were you called to go to Phnom Penh? Response: it was rather long, about a half year. Then they selected big children to dig out the tree stumps at Prey Thon, and later the cooperative chief selected the big children to stay at Kampong Trolaj, and later to Psa Kraum, and then they had us get on the track to Phnom Penh. I did not know how many children there were. There were about 5 GMC trucks to transport them. I am uncertain and do not remember well the transporters and those who received them. Question: upon your arrival in Phnom Penh, where did they take you to? Response: they had us guard at the concrete houses. They had us go to Bang Tumpun to raise pigs, grow vegetables, and later they had us undergo training at Stung Breaknout, training on how to throw grenades and crawl and lie. This lasted for almost 1 year. Based on my estimation, there were about 500 children. I did not know where they came from. Food was also terrible. Trainers were the school committees. I do not remember where they came from. They were all soldiers from an unknown unit. The person who took us from Kampong Chnang was known as Ta Samraing, alias Ta Chan. He was not a trainer during that training. They had the adult trainees attend training on stabbing, wrestling, and karate. Question: were there any senior leaders visiting during the training? Response: yes. There were some, but I do not remember their names. Question: after spending 1 year there, where were you moved to? Response: after spending 1 year in the training there, they sent us home to prepare our bags at home. Some were happy at that time. When the truck departed, it was not heading to our houses, but transported us straight to Tul Slang. They had us raise pigs and plant onions for 1 month on the western side of Tul Slang. And later, they had us perform guard duties with the adult guards, and they had me guard the light prisoners alone in 1 room on the upper floor of a building on the north side. Upon my arrival, I saw them walking the prisoners who were blindfolded. All of us in the truck thought we were being brought to be detained, and then the truck turned along the fence. They had me stay behind in a place west of Tul Slang, outside the fence, next to Tumpung Road. At the beginning of my stay, they did not have me guard, but later they had me guard with the adult guards in order to walk with and learn from them for about 3 weeks. Later, after the construction of the small cells, they had me guard the upper floor. I did not know all of those chiefs. They only told me what to do when the prisoners asked for permission to urinate and to defecate, and to give them drinking water when they asked for it. They sprayed water to wash the prisoners when they stank of urine. When I became familiar with all of those tasks, they had me guard on the upper floor. There were 2 shifts per night and another 2 shifts per day. One group guarded during the night shift, and another guarded during the day shift. I guarded on the upper floor for 3 months. I took the ammo case for the prisoner when he or she wanted to defecate and threw it away for disposal. When the prisoners go dirty, I sprayed water to wash them. I entered the cell to do that and cleaned it up. The prisoners were always shackled, and the shackles were changed from one leg to another when the leg got injured. The prisoners ate the same rice as the military forces, 2 meals, i.e. breakfast and dinner, but their meals were poorer. These prisoners were from mobile brigades, ministries, offices, factories, and the armed forces. This happened in 1976. In addition, Hui was the one who inspected and checked whether or not the cells were cleaned, or the food sufficient, and if the prisoners reported that it was insufficient, I would be brought for re-education. I saw Hui taking the prisoners out, but I dare not ask. There were also other people who came in and out to take prisoners, but I did not know their names. There were people who brought the prisoners in. Those people were Hui's subordinates. I knew T from our meal times. He was the person in charge of military and prisoners list. I only know the names of prisoners who were in my room, but I do not know the names on the list. I saw Dutch 2 times at the anniversaries, and he was accompanied by bodyguards. In 1976, he visited twice a week. I saw that from the building, but I did not know the reason for his visit. But later, they sent me to work in the rice paddy. After spending 3 months there, Hong, who was in my group, was arrested and executed. He asked me to inform his parents that he was going to be killed, and my cousin, Moon, was also arrested to be killed. Hong was guard group chief, and Moon transported vegetables for the economics unit. When the guard came to do his shift, he saw Moon being arrested and detained in the main office. I do not know the reason for his arrest and killing. Moon told me that Hong was arrested and sent to prison, and Moon was arrested the next night. The following day, they had me go to work in the rice paddy. Hong was arrested because his brother Nam was a former soldier in the Tribunal regime. He was arrested and sent to Tul Slai after the village chief found his pistol holster in his home village. Nam saw Hong while Hong was inspecting the prisoners. He shouted Hong, and this made the group chief, who was nearby, know that they are siblings, and then Hong was also arrested. Moon told me that Hong was arrested and sent to prison when Moon returned from transporting vegetables, and later Moon was also arrested. At the main office where I saw Hong being arrested, I saw Hui, who was in the arrest unit with many of his subordinates. Question: when you were at Tul Slai, were there any criticism or political meetings? Response: there was criticism in the group against anyone who fell asleep while on duty. It was chaired by the group chief, whose name I do not remember. We went to the place, which was south of Tul Slai, to learn about party's policies, which stated that if the prisoner fled or died, we would be put in the prisoner's place. Ho was the trainer in the training session. Question: besides the guard group, were there any other groups? Response: there was the defense unit, the interrogation unit, and the arrest unit. For example, as I guarded inside, it was called the Interior Defense Group. The interior guards were not allowed to carry a gun. Question: did you see Dutch tortured any prisoner? Response: I did not know that. Question: where were the interrogation places? Response: they gave a list of names when I was on duty. When a prisoner disappeared, they had me replace them. The prisoners were brought to the eastern side for interrogation. It was east of the current entrance. When they came to take the prisoners out, they wrote down the name of that prisoner. Since I am illiterate, I asked the prisoner to read and tell me whose name was it. In the evening, they brought the prisoner back. It was the interrogator who came and brought the prisoners out. I almost forgot everything. I know Jack, who used to come and bring in the prisoners. He was in the interrogation and typing unit. Question, how about guard duty? Response, guard duty was divided into 4 shifts per day. I guarded for 1 morning shift and 1 night shift. I guarded for 2 shifts a day. Question, did you ever see Dutch assign any person to guard? Response, no, I did not. It was Tahui who organized the group, and Hui was under Taho. Question, who were the prisoners other than Hong? Response, if I recall, there were many, but I did not know who they were. When I was there, a small number of prisoners disappeared. But a lot of prisoners disappeared after I left, and there were many incoming prisoners. I heard about that from those who were later sent to the rice paddy with me. Question, did you ever ask for permission to go home? Response, I never dared to ask, and even my relative who came to do sewing at Monivong Bridge did not dare ask to visit me because we were prohibited from contacting any person outside of our unit. That was the rule of S21. Anyone who dared to ask would be smashed. Question, could you describe the event that happened after those 3 months? Response, later, I was sent to harvest rice at Prek Kampu in platoon 14 along the glass factory road to Preso, and it was by the glass factory straight ahead. Many S21 staff members were moved there. The reason of my removal was related to Hong, who said that Moon and I were cousins. Question, at Prek Kampu, was the rice paddy work hard? Response, we worked at the rice paddy work all day and all night and had less rice than we had at S21. There were approximately 300 workers at that place. Paul was the chief there, but now he is dead. There were no visits by Dutch or Ho to that place. Question, did you ever hear about Teng, who was the chief of Chiang Ai? Response, no, never. Question, how long did you stay at Prek Kampu? Response, I stayed there until the liberation. Question, do you recall other events other than these? Response, I was in a state of panic and I knew that after leaving that place, we would not be alive to see our families again. Question, why did they keep you for a long time but did not kill you? Response, perhaps the time had not yet arrived. Question, did you ever hear about Preso? Response, I used to hear that it was a prison in the old regime. Question, did you ever hear of Hui Sra? Response, no, never. Question, after the harvesting, where was the rice taken to? Response, I saw the trucks transporting the rice out but did not know where they took it to. Question, during your 3-month stay at S21, what did you observe regarding the prisoners? Response, I observed that prisoners were brought out after the interrogation was completed and I never saw them returning. Question, how many times did the prisoners wash? Response, they washed 2 times a day. They slept without a pillow, mosquito net or blanket. There were not so many mosquitoes on the upper floor, but there were many on the lower floor. Question, were there any injuries on the prisoner who had been interrogated? Response, upon their return, they had bruises on their faces and cuts on their backs. I asked why you were bitten, and he or she responded to all questions, but they still beat and asked him or her further questions because they were afraid that he or she was concealing something. As for the beatings that left cuts on the backs and bruises on the faces, I did not know whether this was authorized under the rules or whether this was an individual decision by the interrogator. Question, before the liberation, was there any leader such as Dutch giving any instruction at Prek Kampu? Response, no. Question, why were you aware of the Vietnamese coming? Response, I heard the sound of fighting. I saw people fleeing. I was hiding at the glass factory and met with the National Front's army. Then I joined the army at Phnom Tamau and later served in the army at Thailand until the demobilization of the military prior to the UNTAC era. One copy of the written records was provided to this witness. The interview was completed at 12:30 p.m. of the same date. After being read aloud, the witness had no objections and agreed to sign or place his thumbprint. After being read aloud, the witness signature witness Q.P. The President. The Supari, the graphier, is now assigned to read the statement of Pehmat with the ERN 00186559-263. The President. I notice the presence of the co-prosecutor. You may proceed.
Can I, with Your Honor's leave, just make a procedural point, Your Honor? Your Honor, I wish to draw your attention to Rule 87.2 of the internal rules, which govern the evidence that Your Honors shall use at the time of your judgment. And it states, if I may read with your permission, any decision of the Chamber shall be based only on evidence that has been put before the Chamber and subjected to examination. In the light, Your Honours, of this provision, I would suggest it may be in the interest of justice that Your Honours may ask the parties if they have any objection to the admission of this evidence into evidence, because clearly reading the words subjected to examination may mean that the parties have been asked and they have given their opinion. This is my respectful submission. It is in Your Honour's hands. Thank you.
The President, do other parties wish to make any observation in relation to the remarks made by the co-prosecutor in relation to the reading of the statement, and that according to Rule 87.2, would you wish to make any comments? The defense counsel, would you wish to make any observation in relation to the remark by the co-prosecutor? Mr. Kasabut, say the President, you take the floor. Mr. Kasabut, Mr. President, according to my observation as the defense counsel for the accused, I would suggest that there should be a witness present at this court so that his testimony can be challenged or questions should be put to him or her, because according to the statement before the co-investigating judges, the statement before the co-investigating judges or co-prosecutors might not be the same as what he or she is having to say during this chamber, because we have observed that sometimes the witness would stand by the statement within this chamber rather than before the co-investigating judges or co-prosecutors. That's why I would prefer that the witness be called to appear in the court rather than having his or her statement read out. The President, we note that Mr. Francois Roux is on his feet.
Mr. President, I suggest that we let the accused voice his observations on this point.
The President. The reason raised by the co-prosecutor is relevant and that the chamber has no objection to what has been raised. However, we are not following what has been raised by the prosecutor in relation to the reading out of the statement of the witness, because the witness already made his or her statement before the co-investigating judges, and the court officials in the office of co-investigating judges are qualified personnel, and that it can be used to serve the judicial official piece of document to be read out in the court and to be debated also. And our intention is to make sure that all the statements of the witnesses who cannot appear in this hearing can be read out, and that opportunity would be then given to parties to make observations in relation to piece of each statement read out. So, as the principle, the chamber would maintain that after each statement is read out, then parties to the proceedings will be given opportunity to make their observations in relation to the read out statement within this court hearing. And according to the remark made by Mr. Kasawat, the defense counsel, the chamber would like to also notify that witnesses have been well selected and chosen, and that the chamber already well considered which witness is to be called or whose statement is to be read out, because the chamber has been working our best to make sure we can have the more expeditious proceedings and trials. And we are very mindful of any witnesses to give testimony within the courtroom, and those who do not need to appear in the courtrooms, and that only their statement would be read out. And Mr. Francois Roux has made a comment that the accused would wish to make observation, and that if the chamber allows him to do so. However, the chamber would like to only allow the accused to make an observation to the statement that was made after it is read out. So the accused can choose to make observation according to each statement being read out, or the accused can wait until all the statements have completely been read out, and that the accused is scheduled to just inclusively respond to the lump sum of those statements. We don't know whether which option is preferred by the defense counsel or by the accused.
Que préférerait l'accusé et le Conseil
The accused, Mr. President, if with the President's leave, allow me to make my observation in relation to each particular statement read out, that it would be helpful for me, and that it is. I will be very grateful to that consideration. The President, so let us work on a case-by-case basis, and that by the end of all the statements read out, then the accused will be allowed to also make the final observation. So the first statement has already been read out. So would you wish to make any observation? And then I think we should now start with the co-prosecutors, and then followed by the civil party lawyers and the defense counsel. The President, we note that the co-prosecutor is on his feet. You take the floor.
Your Honors, we have no objection for this statement to be read into evidence.
President, the civil party lawyer, you take the floor.
We have no objections, but I have one suggestion to read out as well from the book Victims and Perpetrators, which is on the case file, and where we find a summary of a statement of this witness, Kyrgyz, which is only a half page and could be found under the ERN 0007967 in the English version, and which emphasizes or mentions, better said, mentions the raids that have been made by this so-called catcher group, and where Chinese people took part in these raids, and this is an additional fact, and therefore I suggest, or I would request the Chamber to read out this statement related to this witness. Thank you.
Relatif à ce témoin puisse être lu. Je vous remercie.
The President, the civil party lawyer, you take the floor. Civil party lawyer first. Mr. Kong Pisai. Mr. President, thank you very much, Your Honors. I would like to make a brief observation in relation to the point the President has just raised regarding the document read in Khmer by the greffier, which the President said that it was the official document and that the French and the English version of the document has not been well translated, and that the parties have to pay attention to the on-site translation of the statement. I'm not quite sure whether I understand that these on-site interpretation of the statement would be also considered as the official language, and that if the statements are not considered as official yet in the English and French, then how could the accused be allowed to make observation in relation to the version that are not yet official? The President, there are some discrepancy in the statement, but it is related to the technicality in the translation of the document itself, although we have noted that the quality of translation has improved significantly already, but then the greffier are advised to read rather slowly to make sure that the final translation of the material will be made and that they will be well recorded in the transcripts, and that we can make use of the materials in the transcripts at a later date. The President, Mr. François Rouge, you take the floor.
Mr. Roux, thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to address Silke Studzinski's observation. I believe that we are here reading written records out loud that have been put together by investigating judges, which is well suited to these kinds of proceedings, and I think that we have to stand by this for the moment, with, of course, the possibility for the accused to voice brief observations. However, we all have a certain number of documents that we would like to put before the court, and I can very well imagine that when we will have heard all of the witnesses and before the end of the proceedings, each party is going to ask to put before the court a certain number of documents, and it is then that Ms. Studzinski will be able to put before the court the document she wishes to. But the procedure that the court has adopted is a procedure that allows us to save time. We are not summoning the witnesses so that we can save time. So let's please not waste any time. We read out loud, so therefore the different written records. So let's please give the accused the opportunity to make a few observations on the basis of these readings, and then we can move ahead. This is what the defense would like to suggest.
The President, Judge Lavange, you take the floor.
Judge Lavange, regarding this issue of time, we spoke about this during the trial management meetings, and I believe that we agreed that the defense could accept waiving the summoning of certain amount of prosecution witnesses, but it seems that there might be, maybe it's a translation problem, but I believe that I heard a submission coming from the defense asking that the witness whose statement we just read be summoned to this chamber. So it seems to me important for reasons of the clarity of the proceedings that we know exactly where we are at. So should we consider that you're no longer waiving your request, or should we consider that this request to summon the witness has to be re-examined or should be taken away? Or does the defense wish to provide its response later on regarding this? Mr. Roux. Mr. President, Your Honors, in order to address Judge Lavernier's request, the defense would like to stand by what it had stated during the trial management meeting. It accepts that a certain number of witnesses be not summoned, which, however, does not mean that it accepts the content of the statements. And this is why we would like to suggest that we can give the accused the possibility of voicing his observations or his points of disagreements after the reading of each statement. And if we proceed this way, I believe that we can move ahead. Thank you.
The President, we have heard the request of the Civil Party Lawyer Group 2 and the observations of the Defense Counsel, Mr. Francois Roux. The Chamber has now ruled to reject the request made by Civil Party Lawyer Group 2 to read out another document with ERN 00 as what she already said. So according to this document, we continue reading the testimony of the statement of the witness before the co-investigating judges. If there is any other new documents the party would wish to request for the consideration of the chamber, then you should raise this matter after the statements have been read out, and that during the time, if it is convenient to address this matter, and we will deal with these matters at the later date. And we would like to allow the accused to make observations in relation to the statement read out, the QJ's statement. The floor is yours.
Monsieur l'accusé, je vous en prie.
The accused, Mr. President, the statement of QJ in relation to the fact of S21 is accurate and plausible, and in principle it is accepted. But there has been a surplus information that there was in that statement that more than 500 people were taken by truck, and that at S21 there were arrests. But when QJ said Hong and Moon were arrested, it is out of my knowledge, so it is just my clarification on the matter. Thank you. The President, next. The greffier is now instructed to read another statement. The testimony of witness Peh Mat before the co-investigating judges with ERN number D76/2 with ERN number 0018-6559. The greffier, the Office of the Co-Investigating Judges, Criminal Case File 002, 14 of August 2006, Investigation number 00118 of July 2007, ECCC OCIJ. On the 18th of March 2008, at 2:30 p.m. in Trang Kpuh village, Prek Chik sub-district, Mong Risai district, Battambang province, we, Sim Soria and Fabian Luco, investigators of the extraordinary chambers, having been assigned by the rogatory letter of the co-investigating judges dated 11th of March 2008, having seen the law on the establishment of the extraordinary chambers dated 27th October 2004, having seen rules 24, 28, and 60 of the internal rules of the extraordinary chambers, with Mr. Nel Samon, sworn interpreter of the extraordinary chambers in the courts of Cambodia, have recorded the statements of Peh Mat, a witness who has provided the following information regarding his personal identity: last name Peh, first name Mat, revolutionary name Lee Tri, born in 1960s, in 1960. The person has declared that he can read, write, and understand the Khmer language. We have notified this person that this interview will be audio or video recorded. This person has told us that he has no relationship with the child persons or the civil parties. The accused or the civil parties. This person has taken an oath in accordance with the provisions of Rule 24 of the internal rules of the extraordinary chambers. We have notified this person of the right against self-incrimination in accordance with the provisions of Rule 28 of the internal rules of the extraordinary chambers, and the right to be represented. Questions and responses. Soria and Fabian, on the 17th of April 1975, where were you? What were you doing? Response. At that time, I was a teenager. I was building dams at O Kandal in Chuk Saw, sub-district, Kampong Tralaj, district, Kampong Chnang. Later, a teacher named Tano rounded up the children to go to Phnom Penh. 3 children were selected in each sub-district, including Mok Si Tim, whom I met at school, number 5, working as a potato grower. In late 1975, I went to study military technique, strategies and mine clearing at Military Technical School 703 in Bang Tumpun. In mid-1976, we were selected and divided into 3 groups. One group was assigned to defend at the border, one group was assigned to work at Prey Saw, and another one was assigned to safeguard the city. I was in the group safeguarding the city, so I went to work in the Khmer prison, in the psychiatric hospital. I saw prisoners in that prison, but I didn't know if they were soldiers or civilians, and they were in leg shackles. I did not know who the prison chief was. I did not know how and where they were brought from for interrogation, but they disappeared. My battalion chief at that prison, Horn, was arrested and imprisoned, charged with treachery in late 1976. I went to Tuol Sleng. Question. What were you assigned to do after your arrival at Tuol Sleng? Response. Firstly, I cleaned the houses around Tuol Sleng, cleaning one house after the other, because those houses were in a complete mess after the evacuation. My duty was to guard the houses, look after chickens and ducks, and cook rice. Sometimes I guarded as 21 externally, but sometimes I guarded internally. There was a shift rotation. My team leader was Heng. The one who was higher than Heng was Ni, the chief of the battalion. The one who was higher than Ni was Poch. The one who was higher than Poch was Peng. The one who was higher than Peng was Ta Ho, and those who were higher than Ta Ho were Chan and Doj. The last 3 people were chief, deputy chief, and member. They were very close to one another. I don't know whether or not they are alive. Question. How did you get your work assignments? Response. I got my work assignments via my team leader, who had a meeting once a week. I educated myself and learned about politics with an introduction by Peng. Question. Did you ever join a mass meeting of political education with the participation of Doj? Response. I learned at the political school to the west of the prison. It was between the prison and Moni Wong Boulevard. It was attended by a lot of people, and Doj participated on the 2nd and 3rd days. Question. What did you learn at the political school? Response. They talked about educating ourselves to have a strong standpoint and about not conspiring with Vietnamese enemies. Question. Did you ever see anyone who conspired with Vietnamese enemies and was arrested and imprisoned at Tuol Sleng? Response. I saw no return of those who had disappeared. I didn't know if they were charged as enemies or any other accusations except for Ni and Poch. Only those two I knew had been charged as traitors. Question. Did your team leader ever give you orders to trace and support on someone as an enemy? Correction, to report on someone as an enemy. Response. In the meeting, my team leader told me to inform him who were the activists and who talked to strangers. I knew that this order came from someone in the upper echelon. That's why my team leader raised it in the meeting. Question. Did you ever see Vietnamese prisoners during the period of internal and external guarding? Response. In 1977 to 1978, I saw a few Vietnamese with Vietnamese military uniforms. They were in shackles, but I didn't know from where they were brought. A few days later, when I was there on duty again, I saw that they were wounded. So I thought there must have been beatings and torture. After that, they disappeared. I didn't know where they were taken. I also saw a few Vietnamese women in casual clothes. Question. Were Vietnamese and Cambodian prisoners treated in the same way? Response. They were treated in the same way. No threats, no beating. It was the same principle. Question. Did you know there was a war between Cambodia and Vietnam at the time of the arrest of the Vietnamese? Response. I knew via my fellow guards that there was a war and Vietnamese from Prey Vang and Svai Rieng borders had been arrested, but Dutch himself never said anything about the war in the meetings. Also, I heard there was a war and arrests of Vietnamese on the radio in the dining hall. Question. Did you ever see anyone reading the revolutionary flag? Response. I never read that book, but I saw other people reading it. They were team and group chiefs, but I don't remember their names. Question. Did you ever see Dutch himself assigning the work directly in the prison or when the prisoners were taken out? Response. I never saw that. I only saw Dutch on the road, driving a jeep. Question. Did you know about or were you involved in medical work? Response. I was on guard near Mok Sitim. I saw him cleaning wounds. Sometimes I helped to distribute medicine to the prisoners. I wasn't selected to be a medical practitioner because I couldn't read or write well. There were a clinic in the wooden building in front of Tuol Sleng. I never saw blood being taken or experiments on humans, but I heard from my fellow guards that blood was taken for transfusions for the wounded. I heard that there was a place for preserving blood called Srah Srong to the east of Tuol Sleng prison. Question. Did you ever see any foreign prisoners? Response. I never saw any. Question. Did you ever see prisoners killed in groups before the fall of Phnom Penh in 1979? Response. I never saw that, because I was sent to work near the glass factory at Cheung Ek. My work was to pump water into the rice fields and to collect water weeds for fertilizer. One original or copy of the written statement was provided to this witness. The interview was completed at 4 p.m. on the same date. After it was read aloud, the witness had no objections and agreed to sign. Witness, Pes Mat.
The President, after hearing the reading of the statement of witness Pes Mat, are there any concerns or observations by the parties to the proceedings?
Your Honors, the co-prosecutors have no objection to admission of this statement into evidence.
The President, counsels for the civil parties, do you have any observations to make regarding the statement read by the greffier Duch Paris?
None, Your Honors.
The President, Defense Counsel, do you have any observation to make regarding the statement of Pes Mat read by the greffier?
Mr. Hu, we prefer to give the floor to the accused for his observations. And of course, we do not object to this written record of the interview being included in the record of the case.
The President, the accused, you have the opportunity to make your observation regarding the testimony of the witness Pes Mat, which was done before the investigators of the Office of the Co-Investigating Judges. You may proceed. The accused, Mr. President, the testimony of Pes Mat is fundamentally appropriate. I would like to raise 3 points. 1, I did make a request to Sector 31 in Kampong Chnang. The request for those people was not within the framework of 703 Division. It was made directly by S21. Regarding the infrastructure of S21, I already reported to the Chamber as well as to the co-investigating judges during the investigation period. For the S21 committee, I was the chairman, Ho was the deputy, and Nam Hui was a member, later on replaced by Paul. Regarding another case where Pes Mat said he heard about the place where blood was preserved, I would like to clarify regarding this point. In his statement, Pes Mat said he had heard, and actually, in order to have a location appropriately established for blood preservation, it has to be done in a technical details and nature. And if that was to be done, I had to report to make a request to the upper echelon, and I myself did not make such a request. And there was no place called Srong where it was alleged the blood was preserved. And this is my observation regarding this person's statement, Mr. President. The President, it is now time for a break. The Chamber will take a 20-minute break, and we will resume at 3 p.m. All rise. Secretary. Of dead people? Response: as far as I know, they maybe just wanted to make sure that the person was really dead. Sru might already be dead. The Dutch killed him. I know that his birthplace was in Bati district, Takai province, but I don't know the name of the village and commune. Question: who ordered a photographer to take pictures of the dead person? Response: it was Dutch only. Question: why did you assume that? Response: first, maybe the dead person didn't yet answer all the questions. Second, the prisoner was tortured because in the picture we could see blood stains. Question: did you know who gave Dutch any orders? Response: it was primarily Son Sen. I knew this when I attended a meeting to learn about the Angka political line. This was based on what I saw with my own eyes, or based on what he said when he came to attend the assembly at S21. Besides Son Sen, there was no one else coming to that assembly. Question: in terms of the relation between Dutch and Son Sen, did Dutch ask Son Sen for an order, or did Son Sen give an order to Dutch? Response: Dutch's decision and Son Sen's order were alike. They were like a current which ran back and forth. In conclusion, these two men were the same. If Dutch didn't make a report, Son Sen, Pol Pot, and Nuon Chea could not know anything. All documents were with Dutch. Dutch was very important. Dutch was the one who made a decision on who would be killed. He was the one who gave a green light to Son Sen and Pol Pot. Question: did you take pictures of the important prisoners like Koi Thun and Hu Num? Response: I didn't take their pictures. Sri was the one who took them. The special prisons were concrete buildings which were located outside S21 compound and were used to put prisoners of sector level. I never went in there. Question: what was Nuon Chea's role? Response: he was the president of the parliament. But this didn't mean that he didn't know anything. He knew about it because people at the zone and sector levels who had been arrested were very important persons in democratic Cambodia. Question: regarding the security issue, besides Son Sen, what was Nuon Chea's role? Response: I don't know, but Son Sen came to S21 once a week. Question: had you ever heard any people say what was Nuon Chea's role at S21? Response: I heard that Dutch say, sending to brother number 1 or brother number 2. I knew that brother number 1 was Pol Pot and brother number 2 was Nuon Chea. S21 was the most important security office in the nation. Son Sen talked with Dutch during the meeting and said that S21 was the soul of the nation. Nuon Chea and Pol Pot never came, but Son Sen came regularly. Question: You said that at age 21, besides Deutsch, there was Son Sen who came to age 21 almost every week. Did he come regularly until 1979? Response: Son Sen came regularly until the Vietnamese arrived. As far as I know, in 78, S-21 received only 1 or 2 persons each day. In 77, many prisoners were brought in there. They arrived 24 hours a day. Question: Did you ever take pictures of people of other nationalities? Response: I did once. There were 2 people of other nationalities brought in from the sea. They were not Vietnamese. I didn't know whether they were French or American. Question: What was the hair color of those 2 people? Response: I only knew that they were big, had sharp noses, and brown hair. Question: After being photographed, where were they taken to? Response: They had hairy chests and beards. I didn't know where they were taken to. It was in 1977. Question: Do you remember their names? Response: I don't remember. Question: Do you remember the name of other photographers at S21? Response: 1. Srieng, 2. Song, 3. Nit, 4. Som, 5. Ri, 6. Myself. Question: Do you know if any of them are still alive? Response: I know that 3 of us, Ri, Som, and Song, are dead, but I don't know for the other 2. Question: Is Nit still alive? Response: He was alive when the Vietnamese came in. Those 3 died after the Vietnamese came in. Question: Did you ever take pictures of the Phnom or Vietnamese? Response: There were pictures of the Vietnamese because at that time the Vietnamese had attacked and came into Cambodia in areas along the border. I am sorry that I have lost all video cassettes of the Vietnamese. The Vietnamese translator at that time was Mom Nai, who is currently living in Malay. Question: Were those Vietnamese soldiers in uniform when they were brought in? Response: Yes. Question: As for spies who were arrested, how did you know that they were Vietnamese? Response: Because they spoke Vietnamese. Question: There were stories that Khmerus were dressed in Vietnamese military uniforms. Do you think that was true? Response: No, not at all. The Khmerus didn't like to fake. Khmerus wanted to only do the real thing. Question: You said that you had a video about Vietnamese soldiers. What type of video was it? Response: Vietnamese soldiers whom I captured in Siem Reap after 79. Question: How many Vietnamese soldiers were photographed by you? Response: About 20. Question: Did Dutch ever come to watch while you were taking photographs? Response: He came, but rarely. He also came to see the communal eating. Question: When Dutch came, did he say anything to you? Response: He said that I must be very careful with my work and that I shouldn't damage the photos because they are very important for biographies and identification cards. Question: Were there any problems when a photo had been damaged or not clear? And did you ever encounter this problem? Response: If a photo was damaged, I would not be spared, but dead. Sometimes I took a photo of a person closing eyes. If that happened, I had to take a photo of that person again. Question: For example, if that photo was defective, who would decide on the arrest of the person who was responsible? Response: Ta Dutch, Ta Ho, and Ta Chan. Question: Why did you say that, and what supports what you are saying? Response: This was the truth. Those 3 persons were the decision makers. There was an incident when I printed out Uncle Pol Pot's picture. At that time, the negative was defective, showing a scar on the eye of the portrait. I and Ri knew about that defect, so Ta Ho, Ta Chan, and Ta Duch telephoned me. I then held a meeting with all photographers and reported to them that the picture of Uncle number 1, which I had printed out, was damaged. Comrade Ri also knew about that. At that time, Ri said that he didn't know when Comrade unprinted that picture. Then they removed me from the group and sent me to a different unit to raise rabbits. Later, Chen, who was Dutch messenger, told me that Dutch once asked Pong about that film. Pong said one film was defective, so they knew that was not my mistake. Then they called me back to work at the old place. Question: is Chen still alive? Response: I don't know whether Chen is still alive or he is dead. Question: was his birthplace in Kampong Chnang also? Response: either in Kampong Chnang or in Kampong Speu. Did you see if Chen was still alive when the Vietnamese came in? Response: yes. Question: did you take that picture again? And where? Response: I took it again immediately when I found out that the eyes were closed. Question: did you ever go to take pictures at Preso? Response: I used to go to Preso, but Preso was not a prison. It was a place for re-education, and Hui Srai was the chief at Preso. Question: what number did they use for Preso? Response: I forget. Question: you said that Preso was not a place to keep prisoners, so why did you go to take pictures there? Response: to take photos for making biographies. Preso also belongs to the general staff. Question: were the photos from Preso ever shown at S21? Response: no, never. Question: was there another Chan working with Mom Nai? Response: no, there was only one Chan. He had a skin disease called pumpkin leprosy. Break from interviewing witness at 12 o'clock noon on the same date. Resume interviewing witness at 1:30 in the afternoon on the same date. Question: who was the leader of Tul's line? What was his rank and role? Response: the biggest leader was Ta Duch. He was in charge of general operations. Ta Ho was the deputy chief in charge of military affairs, and Ta Chan was the member in charge of translation. It was called S21 Committee. Question: was Hui Srai a member of S21? Response: no. Question: who really controlled your unit and who gave direct orders to the photography unit? Response: it was under the direct control of the 3 men mentioned above, but Chan was directly in charge. Question: did you communicate with Dutch directly? Response: yes. I used to do it when he called me to take photos of his family and party. Question: how did Chan give orders? Response: as mentioned before, his orders were strict. Question: sometimes you went to take photos outside. How often did you do it? And what kinds of photo did you take? Response: not often, just once or twice a month. Like when the Chinese delegation visited the oil refinery, industrial facilities, collective farms, Angkor Wat, and irrigation systems. Sometimes they called me to take pictures of the top leadership. Question: do you remember the times you took those photos? Response: as I already said this morning, I went with the delegation and Uncle Noon when we visited cooperatives. There were 6 photographers in my group, and we made rotations. Question: does it mean that Nunchi and senior leadership made field visits? Response: they did it together, but sometimes there were more people and sometimes less. I am not sure. Question: what were the conditions of the population that you saw during field visit? Response: there was enough food to eat when we made sector committees, but after 79, there was news about starvation. Question: at S21, did you ever see Dutch interrogating prisoners? Response: I saw him doing it once in 77 when prisoners were brought in, since I know he wanted to get confessions to send to Angkar. Question: how many times did you eyewitness that? Response: I saw it once. At that time, he came by a motorcycle. I was riding a bicycle and saw him beating up a prisoner in front of Tulsley. My workplace was also in that same area, so I saw it. Question: what kind of house was it, and in which section was it located? Response: a tile roof house in the southern part. Question: whose house was it? Response: I don't remember. At that time, I could see the interrogations because the door was open and the interrogation took place on the ground floor. Question: did you see any water jars in the house? Response: I don't know. Question: what did he do during the interrogation? Response: he tortured prisoners by beating them up with a rattan stick. Question: did you stop your bike there to watch or just ride by and saw it? Response: I rode by and saw it. Question: what about the kitchen worker named Srun? Response: as I was walked in, Srun asked me to help him while he was being taken out for interrogation. Question: what happened to the prisoners after the interrogation? Response: those prisoners would rarely return. We saw with our own eyes trucks coming to take prisoners away to be smashed, because my place was near the prisoners' place. But I don't know where they took the prisoners to be killed. It was in 1995, after the Khmer Rouge troops surrendered and joined the Royal Army, that we saw the graves in June 8. Question: was Sri also a photographer? Response: I taught Sri how to take photographs. Question: was there any paramedic at S21? Response: there was one named Fall, but he was also killed. Question: while you were staying near Monivong Hospital, did you ever see S21 staff draw blood from prisoners to give to the hospital? Response: I never saw that. Question: did Dutch ever arrest and imprison any photographers from your group? Response: never. Question: as you described, who in your group is now dead? Response: those who came along with me in 75 were Srun, the cook, and John, the guard. Srun was arrested in 77 because he had been accused of attempting to poison the community. Dutch was the one who ordered that arrest. I knew about the killing of these 2 persons because they were from my hometown. Question: you said that the committee of S21 was composed of Dutch, Ho, and Chan. Did these 3 persons get along well? Response: they got along well because leadership decisions could not be made by Dutch alone. They had to first hold a meeting. Question: was it for special matters only? Response: like my case, it was a special one. Question: after these 3 persons had made a decision, who was then supposed to give an order? Response: they gave orders in writing, signed by Dutch and Son Sen, to various sections for implementation. There were 10,000 who died at S21. If Chan, Dutch, and Ho hadn't made any decision on that, these dates would not have occurred. Question. At that time, did you know the specific role of Son Sen? Response. I knew at that time that he was the Minister of National Defense in charge of security. Question. You knew Pong and Nguyen, so did you ever meet with them again? Response. I met with them when they came to pick up documents for Pol Pot. Question. What kind of documents? Response. Those documents were biographies and confessions. I knew about this matter very well. They usually came with a jeep. Pong died later in 1978 in Phnom Penh. Question. Where did Nguyen and Pong come to pick up documents from? Response. They came to Tadoch House, located on the opposite side of the Ministry of Planning, which is currently the Hungarian Embassy. My house was also near that place. Question. Did you ever go into Tadoch's house, and did you ever see Tadoch tortured prisoners in his house? Response. I used to go in there when he called me to take photos of his wife, but I never saw him torturing prisoners in his house. Question. The square in the center is the compound of S21. Can you mark on it the locations of all the interrogation places? Response. Generally speaking, there were about 10 interrogation places located all over that area in many blocks. Some blocks were closed to keep people from entering. Question. Were there any other city messengers besides Pong and Nguyen? Response. I never saw any other persons. Question. Do you still remember the face of those two persons? Response. I don't remember. Question. How long were you at S21? Response. Until the Vietnamese came in. After I returned back to work there for about 6 months, which was in mid-78, they assigned me to a different work. My new work there was to draw maps of the battlefields with the Vietnamese. I didn't take any photographs anymore after that. Question. During the last period of the regime, did you ever see them bring in more prisoners? Response. They still brought some in, but very few. Question. Did you know at that time if there were any prisoners brought to S21 who were killed without having been interrogated? Response. I don't know. Question. Do you know if there were prisoners left over? Response. I don't know.
Question. Shortly before the 7th of January 1979, did you see any senior leaders arrive at S21? Response. Son Sen called up a meeting there. They told us to prepare ourselves to dig trenches. Son Sen ordered us to draw maps. At that time, the Vietnamese already had arrived in Krache. Question. How did you find out that the Vietnamese arrived in this and that place? Response. Our frontline commanders reported to Son Sen, and then Son Sen told us about it. There were 12 people in my group, and 3 of us were photographers. Question. Did Son Sen come to hold a meeting with all S21 personnel? Response. Yes. He held a meeting with all S21 personnel and instructed us to prepare for an attack against the Vietnamese army. Question. At that time, on the 1st of January 1979, did they say anything about what to do with the prisoners of S21? Response. I only knew that what happened there in 1977, but knew nothing about that later. All S21 forces escaped through Tuol Thum Pung, the Chinese embassy, and Con Tuot with Dutch, Chan and Chen. These forces were dispersed in Kontut because there were tanks stationing there. I joined the forces that went to Kampong Speu. Question. Where did Deutsch go then? Response. I don't know. I was separated from him in February 1979 in Thmar on Lung Chri and never heard of him at all since then. Question. During that time, did you know if they kept any prisoners from doing various tasks? Response. I don't know. Question. Was Tanat a prisoner or a painter? Response. He was a prisoner. One copy of the written record was provided to this witness. The hearing of the statement was concluded at 4 o'clock and 12 minutes on the same date. Witness has provided us 3 photographs and textbook which he used during his study in China about the techniques for taking photographs. After reading the statement out loud, the witness had no objections and agreed to sign and place his thumbprint. Witness Nham Ain. The President, after having heard the reading of the statement of Nham Ain by the greffier, the statement made by the Office of Co-Investigating Judges, do the prosecutors wish to make any observation in relation to that statement? The prosecutor, Mr. President, the co-prosecutors do not have any objection to the statement by Nham Ain. The President, the civil party lawyers, would you wish to make any observations in relation to the content of the statement made by Nham Ain and read out by the greffier?
No observations. Thank you.
The President, the Defense Counsel, would you wish to make any observations in relation to the read out aloud statement?
Mr. Ho, thank you, Mr. President. The accused will indeed have some observations to make. However, please permit me to say on behalf of the defense that our judicial proceedings deserve better than these kinds of witness testimony. I still fail to understand how the co-prosecutor succeeded in putting this witness on the list. I'd like to express my thanks to the Chamber for sparing us the time that we would have spent listening to this man, of whom we know that he has tried to auction Pol Pot's sandals for $500,000. This gentleman has been approaching journalists and researchers for a long time, and I don't think he is deserving of any further comment.
The President, Mr. Francois Roux, could you please state your comments again in relation to the Nham Ain statement? Judge Silver Cartwright, you take the floor, say the President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would simply like confirmation from the defence that they have no objection to the statement, acknowledging, of course, that the accused wishes to make observations about it. Are you able to make that commitment so that we fully understand you have no challenge to the statement? You do not wish this witness to be brought before the court.
Mr. Hu, we are not asking for this witness to be brought before the court because it would cost us a lot of time. We do not challenge this document being put before the court, but we firmly challenge it, says Mr. Hu.
The President, we just noted that the co-prosecutor was on his feet and would wish to address the court. You take the floor.
Your Honours, the objection that I had was indeed asked by Her Honour Judge Cartwright, so I have no objection, except to the point that my learned friend may state that he doesn't wish to challenge the credibility of this witness at this stage. Otherwise, we have to call that witness. My learned friend has already admitted that he doesn't want to call this witness. So we shall argue this matter and the weight to be placed at the time of final arguments. So that's my limited submission.
The President, Mr. Francois Roux, you take the floor.
Mr. Hu, let's be clear on this. The defense completely challenges the credibility of the witness insofar as his testimony goes to the substance. But the defense does not challenge this document being put before the court, and that we can discuss it during the final submissions. But of course we do challenge the credibility of this witness, and the accused will provide explanations about that.
The President, the Chamber would like to now give the opportunity to the accused to make his observation in relation to the contents of the statement made by Nham Ain before the co-investigating judges and has already been read out by the greffier of the Chamber. The floor is yours. The accused, Mr. President, the testimony of Nham Ain could be divided into two, according to me. First, the testimony in relation to his photography work at S21. There were some shortcomings, but however, the whole content is accurate. And number two, he talked about his life story that he went to China. It was a fabricated situation. The truth is that in 1976, Pol Pot sent his nephew to study photography in China. Comrade Teng was sent to China. Nham Ain was not part in that mission. Nham Ain was the son of a staff at S21 and he was not allowed to take any photograph outside. The chief was Kum Sriang, the chief of the photographers, then followed by Comrade Song, who took photographs at Prey Saw. He gave interviews to some local media And before I was arrested and detained by the Cambodian military court, I read the interviews of Comrade Song in those newspaper articles. Regarding Comrade Sri worked at the special unit who took photographs of the important people who were killed, including Won Wade Nat Chai Kum Ho, for example. And Nham En was too proud. He said he studied in China for 6 months and then he could be skillful in taking photographs and filming and others. So I can conclude that there is only little shortcomings in his testimony. It is wrong that he said he took photographs of my family and my wife. I actually got my own camera that I made use to take good pictures of my whole family without Nham En. The President, it is now convenient time to take adjournment. The Chamber will take the adjournment now and resume the session tomorrow at 9 a.m. During tomorrow's session, the Chamber is going to hear another witness, KW22, and we would like to notify and clarify for the parties again that this is the witness to be heard tomorrow. The security personnel are now instructed to take the accused to the detention facility and bring him in tomorrow by 9 a.m. The greffier, all rise. The President, please be seated. The court is now back in session. Next, we would like to invite the greffier, Mrs. Saikolwati, to read the statement or the testimony of Mr. Nham En with ERN number 00162833 through 00162851. The greffier, the Office of the Co-Investigating Judges, Criminal Case File 001, 14 of August 2006. Investigation number 001, 18th of July 2007. Written record of interview of witness. The year 2007, the month of November, on the 1st at 9 o'clock at the extraordinary chambers in the courts of Cambodia. We, Sim Soria, and Fabian Lucco, an investigator of the extraordinary chambers, being assigned by rogatory letter of the co-investigating judges, dated the 5th of October 2007, noting the law on the establishment of the extraordinary chambers dated 27th of October 2004, noting rules 24, 28, and 6 of the internal rules of the extraordinary chambers. In the presence of Hein Ham King, a sworn interpreter of the extraordinary chambers, have recorded the statements of Nham Ain, a witness, who provided the following information regarding to the following identity. Last name Nham, first name Ain. Revolutionary name Nan. Born on the 9th of November 1959 in Trapeang Mis village. Nationality Khmer. This person declared that he could read, write, and understand the Khmer language. This person declared that he could read and write he could not read any other languages. Therefore, the original of this written record is written in Khmer language. We advise this person that the taking of this statement is being audio or video recorded. This person told us that he had no relationship with the charged persons and civil parties. This person took an oath in accordance with the provisions of Rule 24 of the internal rules of the extraordinary chambers. We notify this person of the right against self-incrimination in accordance with the provisions of Rule 28 of the internal rules of the extraordinary chambers. Question. Answer. Question. Would you like to describe your background before you arrived at S21, please? Response. I would like to tell you that I will talk about the period from the 17th of April 1975 onwards, which was the time after the Cambodian front defeated Lon Nol. I, as a leading child in Kampong Lang district of Sector 31, was recruited by Angkar because I was a person who always worked hard. At that time, Angkar recruited children from every sub-district, 7 children in each. There were about 1,000 children recruited by Angkar then. Later, Angkar sent us to stay at the 5-story house near Kampong Chnang Airport. It was in April. I also saw people who were evacuated from Phnom Penh walking on the streets through Kampong Chnang. Question. Did you say Kampong Chnang Airport? Response. It was an old airport. I stayed there around May or June 1975. Later, Angkar sent us to Phnom Penh by American GMC trucks. There were 10 trucks then. The road to Phnom Penh at that time was cut because bridges had collapsed, so the trip took the whole night before we arrived in Phnom Penh. Question. How old were you at that time? Response. I was 16 or 17 years old. Later on in Phnom Penh, Angkar sent me to stay in Bang Tum Pun in front of the Russian hospital. Question. Who accompanied you to Phnom Penh? Response. I don't remember, but perhaps it was the sector secretary or the district secretary who had received an order from Angkar to recruit good children for Phnom Penh. While staying in Bang Tum Pon, I didn't have any work to do. They let us sleep in a house that remained from the old society. I guess I arrived there in June or July 1975. I would like to also specify that regarding the recruitment of the children, if there was not an order from the party, it could not happen. Question. What was the sector secretary's name? Response. I forgot. After I left Bang Tum Pun, Angkar sent me to the Khmau to live in Krop Per Ha, which was along the bank of Brek Thnaut River. They put me in the technical training program. Question. Who was the chief in the Khmau at that time? Response. At that time, we had a chief of general staff, but I didn't know his name. But there was Nad and Bin. Bin was the chief of Division 703 in charge of technical training. Questions? What kind of technical training was that? Response. They taught military techniques for the infantry and the air force to be used on all kinds of battlefields. Question. What did they call the Khmer at that time? Response. At that time, it was behind the psychiatric hospital on the bank of Brek Tanout River. Question. Was there any other kind of training in that place besides technical training? Response. No, there was no other training. But if any children were lazy, they would be sent to work in the rice paddy, or in the factory, or in the military. At that time, there were about 50 to 60 children who, after their biography had been reviewed, were considered as leading children. They were later sent to study in China. Question. So did all 50 children go to China or just you alone? Response. At that time, 46 children were going there. At the same time, Angkar also educated us. Then we had a medical examination, and later on, we went to Kampong Saum in order to take a ship to China. Question. Who trained you before you left for China? Response. All trainers were Khmers, no other nationalities. Question. Did they tell you what you were being trained for at that time of the training? Response. Generally speaking, the purpose of Angkar was to train us in military skills in order to defend our territory and society. That was what they taught us. Question. During the training, did they ever use words like fighting against the Vietnamese? Response. At that time, they didn't say that, but it was important to strengthen the spirit and morale and to defend our territorial integrity. Question. While in training in the Khmer, did they ever talk about the enemy of the revolution? Response. At that time, for our education, we didn't study anything else. The important things to be learned then involved techniques to defend our land and the borders and to fight against the imperialists. Question. During the training in the Khmer, did you ever see the upper rank visit that place? Response. As far as the upper rank is concerned, I saw Tan Nhat and Son Sen. Question. When Son Sen visited the Khmer, did he say anything? Response. His advice was that children should try very hard to learn all techniques so that they would become leading children. Question. You talked about Central Committee. Did you know about it since that time or only later on? Response. At that time, I heard about the Central Committee of the party in the meeting. Question. When did you arrive in China? Response. I don't know the month or the day. I knew that I traveled by ship and then by car. After arriving in China, they tried to test us by making us sleep on a small bed. They did that in order to see whether we were well-behaved children or not. They had us prepare and fold our blankets by ourselves so that they could see whether we were serious or not. I was ranked first for good moral behavior. I was ranked number 1. At the beginning, we were trained to take general photographs, to film, to project films, to draw maps, and to develop film negatives. We did that for 6 months. Question. Who taught you? Response. The teacher was Chinese, and he could speak Khmer, but sometimes translation was needed. Question. How long was the training? Response: 6 months for all subjects. Question: was it in Beijing? Response: I don't know. They only said it was in China, but I knew that it was not in Beijing. Question: how many people had gone to study photography with you? Response: at first, we traveled all together. But after we arrived in China, they separated us and sent us to our respective places. Some people went to study chemistry, others went to study shipbuilding, and some went to study biology. I alone went to study photography. Question: who worked as the translator from Khmer to Chinese and from Chinese to Khmer? Response: the translator was Khmer, but the Chinese trainer also knew some Khmer. Question: were there any students of other nationalities studying with you? Response: no, there was only me. Question: regarding the Khmer cadres, who accompanied you to China then? Response: Tanat accompanied us to China, but he didn't travel by ship with us. I met him when I arrived in China. Question: who was Tanat? Response: Tanat was from Division 703. Question: did Tanat also go to China? Response: yes. At that time, he was the Chief of General Staff, just under Son Sen. Question: was he already there when you arrived in China? Does this mean that Tanat was in China in January 1976? Response: yes. He was an important person in the army. He was the former Chief of Division 12. Question: did you know when Tanat returned to Cambodia? Response: he returned at the same time as me, but I didn't take the plane. Question: at that time, did Tanat introduce you to any Chinese cadres or institutions? Response: no. The important thing was that he instructed us to study hard and to pay attention to our studies and not to be careless. I met the Chinese ambassador, Mr. Sun Hao, once in Cambodia and once in China. Question: what was his purpose in the meeting you? Response: in 1976, he met us to praise us as the leading and good children. At that time, they gave me a medal with a portrait of Chairman Mao in the middle, but I lost it. Question: when did you return to Cambodia? Response: after I arrived in Phnom Penh, I didn't go yet to work at S21. I was at the office of the Chief of General Staff, moving around to take photos. I arrived at the end of 76 or early 77. Question: when Sun Hao visited you at the training, did any Khmer cadres accompany him? Response: there were some Khmers in the delegation. I don't remember them, but I have their picture. Question: you talked about the photos from that period. Can you let me see some of them? Response: I didn't bring them with me, but I have brought with me the book about my study in China and the photo of me during the training there. Question: can you let us make a photocopy of these documents? Response: if the court needs them, I will not refuse. But just wait, and I will do it for you. Question: did you say that you still have the photos of the delegation visiting you in China? Response: no, I don't have them. I only have photos of Tanat. I have 2,000 photos. Question: what did you do after you arrived in Cambodia? Response: I stayed at the General Staff in Phnom Penh at Moniwong Hospital. Question: at that time, what did they use Moniwong Hospital for? Response. At that time, they called it Hospital P98, which was the hospital for the general staff of the military. Question. What did you do in that hospital? Response. I did not stay in the hospital, but I had the place near it. Question. What did you do while you were staying near that hospital? Response. At that time, I started setting up printing shop to publish newspapers and magazines. Question. Who was your chief then? Response. I had two chiefs. One was Ta Pong, who was a special agent of Pol Pot, and another person named Nguyen, who was close with Thun Thain, but I don't know their whereabouts nowadays. Question. What was Nguyen's role? According to Angkar, they called him city messenger. Question. What was the work of the city messenger? Response. If we compare that to the structure of the current government, it is like being Hing Bun Hieng, the chief of the bodyguard unit for Hun Sen. Question. Was Pang a city messenger like Nguyen? Response. Those were special people of Angkar, but Pang's role was that time higher than Nguyen's. Pangs were the one who saved my life so that I can live until today. At that time, in September 1977, the Communist Party of Cambodia announced that it was now a fully established communist party in the world. Question. What did you do then? Response. My work then included taking photos of leadership meetings, assembly sessions, military meetings, and of visits of foreign delegations. I was the photographer. Question. Did you ever go out to Phnom Penh to take any photos? Response. I also took pictures in the zones. I mostly went to the southwest, northwest, north, and west zones. Question. What kind of photos did you take? And what did you see there then? Response. I took photos of the leaders when they were visiting dams and canals and assessing whether or not there had been any progress. Question. Who were the leaders you traveled with? Response. Sometimes with Uncle Pol Pot, Nguyen Chi, and Son Sen. Sometimes with Khieu Samphan too, and sometimes I met with zone secretaries such as Ta Mok. Question. Which province did you go to take photo when you met with Nguyen Chi? Response. I took the photo of Nguyen Chi when he was visiting canals and dams in the West Zone. It was about 1977. Question. And where did you meet with Khieu Samphan? Response. He rarely went to the countryside because he worked at the state delegation. I seldom saw him in the countryside. Question. So did you take the photo of Khieu Samphan in Phnom Penh? Response. I took the photos of him twice. Once at the Boray Kaila Sports Stadium and another time at the Chaktomuk Auditorium. Question. What year did you take the photo at Boray Kaila and what event was it? Response. It was the 17th of April event or the anniversary ceremony of the party. Response. Question. Did you ever meet Khieu Samphan in the provinces and take any photos of him? Response. Yes, I did. I took so many photos of state leaders. Question. Do you remember in which province? Response. At that time, there was a special meeting in Koh Thom. I took a picture there then in which Khieu Samphan was standing and Ieng Sari was sitting with a movie camera behind him. Question. What kind of event in Koh Thom? Response. It was an event in a cooperative in 1977 and early 78. At that time, I worked in Tuol Sleng, but after my working hours at Tuol Sleng, I was sometimes invited to take photos at other events, like when the Chinese delegation was visiting. Question. What year did you take photos of Boray Kaila? Response, 1977. Question, what year did you take photos at Chatomok and what event? Response, at that time it was maybe the event to announce the committee president of the state. I'm not sure, I forgot. I forgot the event in that year. Question, besides the senior leader level, did you ever take any photos of anyone else, such as Ieng Sari and Ieng Tirut? Response, yes, I took photos of many others. If I see the photo, I will recognize them. Although I don't remember them all, I will recognize them. Question, for example, did you ever take any photos of Ieng Sari during a meeting or during his visit to any of the provinces? Response, with Ieng Sari, mostly when he was with foreign delegation, but there were different photographers. The general staff had their own photographers and Ieng Sari had his own. But when they needed to develop film negatives, they sometimes asked me to do it. There were some things that they didn't want us to know. Question, so did you work as negative film developer at the place near the military hospital? Response, yes. Question, do you remember who took the photo of Ieng Sari? Response, I don't remember. It was at Office 62K, which was attached to Angkar. It was a section of Office 870, which was the biggest one. It was composed of many other smaller offices. Question, do you know who was the chief at 870? Response, Tha Pol Pot was the chief of Office 870. He was the biggest one in Cambodia. Question, did you personally take the photo of Ieng Sari, or did you just print his picture? Response, I mostly printed his pictures. Question, what about Ieng Tirut? Response, I used to print her pictures also, but I didn't know her face very well. I only knew Son Sen, Pol Pot, Khieu Samphan, and Nuon Chea, but I didn't know their wives. There were too many to remember. Question, how many photographers were with you then? Response, there were 6 photographers and 6 cameras. Whoever took the pictures had to develop negatives and print them. Each photographer had a different role. Question, can you please tell us the names of those photographers working with you? Response, at the place near the Moniwong Hospital then, I was alone. Question, when did you move to S21? Response, I don't remember the date, but in early 77. Question, who assigned you to go there? Response, at that time, Son Sen and Tanat were there. Also, when I went to China, it was Tanat and Son Sen who assigned me to work there. Question, did you know why they sent you to work at S21? Response, I didn't know. But that was the work of Angkar. There were 2 jobs for photographers at S21. One was to take photos of prisoners at S21, and another was to take pictures outside of S21 during free time. Question, while staying near Moniwong Hospital, was there any other one else besides Pong and Nguyen? Response, no, only I. Question, how many years did you stay near Moniwong Hospital before moving to S21? Response, I don't remember, but I know I moved to S21 in early 77. Question, how many months did you work near Moniwong Hospital? Response, maybe only 3 to 4 months. It was the windy season at that time, and so it was perhaps in November and December. Question, who was your leader after you came to S21? Which building did you stay in? Response, I stay in a concrete house, which currently is the Hungarian embassy, and it is right in front of the Ministry of Planning. Question, who else stays with you in that house? Response, there were 6 persons living together and all were photographers. Question, could you please describe daily work at S21? Response, there was a policy. In the morning at 6:30, we arrived at the communal eating hall to eat porridge. We started work at 7 o'clock, taking photos of newly arrived prisoners. We took a break at 11 o'clock, then left work at 5 o'clock. We didn't do anything after work, but we took time to grow cabbage for ourselves. Question. You said the main work began at 7 o'clock. What was that? Response. We took the photos of prisoners, and when we returned home, we developed negatives and printed the pictures we had taken. Question. At what time did prisoners arrive? Response. No regular time, but the 6 photographers took turns to work. Question. Did the prisoner arrive at S21 every day during that time? Response. The prisoners arrived more or less every day. Question. You said there were 6 persons in your group, and who was the chief? And what was your rank? Response. At that time, Sriang was the group chief, and I was the team leader. Sriang commanded 2 persons, and I commanded 2 persons. So there were 6 persons altogether, but Sriang was the biggest chief. Question. Who did you receive orders from? Response. At that time, from Son Sen, Tanat, and Dodge as well. He was the chief of S21. Question. Who gave orders to you directly? Response. Dodge gave the orders directly, and he was in charge of everything in there. Question. Do you remember what kind of orders Dodge gave you then? Response. His orders were very strict, and I was not allowed to make a mistake. Question. Did you hear Dodge use these or those words? Response. Yes. Question. You say that if Dodge ordered you to do anything, you had to do it. And if a mistake was made, there would be a problem. What kind of problem? Response. The problem was about staying alive. The main concerns were first staying alive, and the second, caution. We had to be very cautious at work, not to damage anything. Question. Was Dodge's order like a threat to you? Response. It was indeed. Many of those who came from Kampong Chnang since 1975 to work at S21 lost their lives. Most of those killed were guards who fell asleep during on duty, like John, for example. Another person who was also killed was Run, who came along with me. His mistake was that he took cabbage smelling of pesticide called aniline to cook for people. The cabbage was full of that pesticide in order to keep pests away from it. Even though he washed the cabbage after he had picked it in the garden, it still had the pesticide smell on it because it didn't clean it thoroughly. They accused him of putting poison in our food, so they took him away to be killed. Question. Based on your understanding, who was responsible for the death of those people? Response. Briefly speaking, it was Dodge. That was because at S21, many of my friends who had come along with me from my home village disappeared. Question. Based on what you say, Dodge was responsible for that? Response. As far as I know, that was his order because many people at S21 disappeared. There were 150 out of 400 people who disappeared. Question. Did Dodge ever instruct you how to take photographs? Response. No, but most importantly, his instruction was not to damage a photograph. After a photo was developed, we had to send it to T. I rarely made a mistake because I was very careful. Question. Where did you develop negatives? Response. I did it in a place in front of the Ministry of Planning. Question. Could you please describe how a photograph was taken, beginning from the time when prisoner was taken in and how a tag was put on him or her? Response. Prisoners were brought in by truck and blindfolded. The person who brought prisoners to us then removed the blindfold.
Who removed the blindfold? Response, the guest did it. Questions, where was the place for taking picture? Response, it was near the entrance of the present tool line, but it was outside the tool line fence. The place for developing negatives was near the Dutch house. Prisoners were photographed before they were sent into the prison. Question, did you know where the prisoners were coming from? Response, I don't know. Question, did the truck used for transporting prisoners belong to S21? Response, it is difficult to describe it, but the truck bore license plate number, which is the sign to the west zone or the northwest zone. Sometimes the truck had no plate, so we didn't know where they came from. Sometimes prisoners were brought in by car. S21 also had its own truck. Questions. Let's talk about the S21 truck. When a truck was sent to pick up prisoners, who went with it? Response. We could not know this. There were many sections. I was the photographer, so I only did my own work. Question. Did you ever see Dutch come in the truck carrying prisoners? Response. We didn't observe that. Question. When taking a photograph, did they put a tag on a prisoner to make it easier for T to remember? Response. We want to say that each prisoner who was being photographed was given a tag marked with a number. Sometimes they used a name tag, but sometimes they just used a number. Sometimes no number was used. A number assigned to a prisoner was changed from time to time using the date on which that photo was taken. For example, they used the date as the number to be assigned to a prisoner. Question. Was there anyone helping you prepare name tags and documents? Response. Sometimes I prepared them by myself. No one helped me with that. Question. How could you keep track of all the prisoners? Response. It was not difficult because when 100 prisoners arrived, 100 photos would be taken. A number was assigned to each prisoner. For example, letter A for prisoner number 1 and letter B for prisoner number 2 and so on. Question. Does it mean that the person who had brought you the prisoners didn't give you a name list? Response. No, they gave the list to T directly. Question. For all prisoners who were brought in, did they all have to be photographed? Response. Most of them were photographed. Just a few were not. Question. Why not? Response. Sometimes we worked too late at night and were not able to take any more photos. Sometimes they sent us to take photos of prisoners in the cell. It was very rare that a prisoner was not photographed. All of them had to be photographed. Question. Besides taking photos of prisoners, did you ever take any pictures of the compound of S21? Response. They didn't allow me to enter the prison compound. Question. Did you ever take a picture of a prisoner after he or she had been killed? Response. Never, but they had a special group under a person named Sri who did that. He was in the special guard unit. He took pictures of people after they died. Question. How often did they take pictures of dead people? Response. It was often. After a picture of a dead person was taken, they told us to print it out, and we couldn't tell anyone about that. Question. Why did they take a picture of dead people? Response. As far as I know, they maybe just wanted to make sure that the person was really dead. Sri might already be dead. The Dutch killed him. I know that his birthplace was in Bati District, Takao Province, but I don't know the name of the village and commune.